What was that, Farmer?
Have you noticed in Star Wars that when you see the Death Star and then you see the plans of the Death Star, that they obviously made a change in the design somewhere and didn't bother
Yeah.
going. You
Yes.
also notice that in Predator. What?
What? I didn't
What?
say
Am I
anything.
hearing an echo? Yeah,
To be
so
honest, I never saw the Death Star in Predator.
if in Predator, when you see it with all of its fancy,
Dreadlocks.
no, when it makes itself invisible, you can see the outline of its helmet, and it's totally different to when it actually does the big reveal, and you see it for real when it switches its cloaking device off.
Yep.
Oh,
And
okay.
I think that's because originally the Predator in the suit was Jean-Claude Van Damme.
Huh,
You
interesting.
think?
And they did all the design based around that. And then I got a funny feeling he probably spat his dummy out, but they changed him to this really tall, big black African chap who appeared in quite a few films because he's taller than Schwarzenegger, but he was really thin and gangly, which means they could build the suit around him. But they kept the graphics of when the Predator was cloaked, and you can see the difference in the shape of the helmet, and they just never bothered changing it. And I think they did that in Star Wars.
Wow.
I think when they did the graphics of the Star of the Death Star, then the lasers in one point. When you actually see the thing, when you see the model, it's moved, and I think they just thought, oh, "Fuck it, nobody will notice. We won't bother going back and changing it."
Somebody did.
But you just watch a film and go, "Hang on a minute, that ain't right." That ain't what
So
we
some
just seen."
people reckon that the producers leave things in the films just for people to notice.
I think that does sometimes happen now, but I think traditionally, no, it's just things that get overlooked. I mean, Star Wars, again, has got that classic point when they're in the control room and the door goes up and all the stormtroopers come trooping in and the last guy goes,
Doink. Doink. Yeah.
I think that got that sort of slipped them by. And then when people pointed it out, and then when he went back and redid the first three films and added stuff in, he said, no, leave that in because that's such a classic point.
Yeah.
It's just a classic moment of the film. Don't edit it out. Just leave it in because everybody's
it
looking
makes
for
it
it.
more human for mistakes, sort of things, like for somebody to bump their head on something.
I mean, there are continuity errors all the time, and it does surprise me because I thought filmmakers had people who'd sit there and their job is to specifically spot these things.
Yeah.
You know, when you see a car getting flipped over and you can see the big mortar tube in the bottom that they've just fired a log or something out of, and you can see all the compressed air coming out, or cars go flying up in the air, and you think, hello, that's just suddenly sprouted a roll cage and lost its engine.
and if someone didn't pause that moment and show us the gas tanks in the bottom of the chariot in Gladiator or whatever it was.
Yeah. Raiders of the Lost Ark. When you see him being dragged behind the truck, you can see the trench, the shallow trench that they dug in the road that he's being dragged on, and he's got like a tray underneath him. You can't really see the tray, but you can see the trench that they dug out that he's being dragged across. Yeah, it's all these things. Especially when somebody points it out and you watch it again and go, oh yeah, there it is.
There it is, yeah.
The films are full of them, absolutely full of all these things.
But that gets you to watch them now. Any film that comes out, you'll notice something now because you'll realise that they do make mistakes.
It's little things like if there's a scene flicking back and forth between characters and there's a clock on the wall in the background,
and there's no clock when you go back again, or whatever,
or the time's changed. They've just skipped forward several hours because
Julia Roberts was it Julia Roberts was eating a croissant or a donut in one of her movies, and when she flipped back, she was eating a different type of.
That sort of thing happens all the time.
Oh my god, that is such a lie. Sorry, not you. Sorry. The whole thing about the stormtrooper hitting his head goes really well with aren't you a little short for a stormtrooper?
Yes.
But then I pissed myself laughing when they cast Temuera Morrison as the template for the stormtroopers because he's a short ass.
Yeah. Well, sliced alone as Judge Dredd. Hello? Hello? Yeah. What? Judge Dredd's like 6.5 feet tall, you know. And he's a clone. He's a product genetic engineering. So bingo, Sliced alone, who's like 5 foot fuck all.
Yeah.
I am the law.
No, you're not. Actually, I preferred
That's Adrian, isn't it?
Carl Urban. Carl Urban did it brilliantly.
Yeah. Carl Urban apparently was already a big Judge Dredd fan. He's probably been reading it for as long as I have. So when they said, look, you do realise you can't take the helmet off, he said, duh, I know.
Oh, the Peanuts are saying, don't we get a clue, Paul?
Oh, yeah, I have got a clue ready.
Well, we haven't got any clues yet, Peanuts, so you're not being left out.
Yeah, we haven't got a clue either.
And the answer to today is water. Oh, sorry. It should be two.
Okay, today scientists began a new scientific epoch when he discovered electricity and magnetism are linked. He showed a current passing through a wire could move a nearby magnet. You'd think that one would be easy, wouldn't it?
I mean, it seems like it should be easy.
Yeah. I think he was the first person to isolate aluminium too.
Was it known in aluminum?
Aluminum.
No, it was aluminium.
Is there any reason why it's called aluminum over in America and not aluminium? Even though there's cadmium and sodium and all the other elements that are ium at the end.
I don't know, but they ended up being called aluminium because it then ties in with all the others on the periodic table.
That's one thing I've been wondering. That one. It's been on my mind. It's sleepless nights.
Tossing and turning.
Yes.
I just always put it down to the same reason that they call it a nuclear bomb.
Yeah? Do they?
Yeah, it's nuclear, according to them, not nuclear.
Okay. Nuclear, yeah.
Nuclear vessel.
Thank you, Pavel.
Have you got any nuclear vessels? I love that just for the bit where it's just sort of like, I think as Kirky says, you're not seeing us at our best. And he just goes, this much is certain.
Hello, computer.
Hello, computer.
We've got a Little Wolf's guess.
Hank Orsted.
Yeah. Close.
Is he just guessing?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, if you could spell it right, maybe.
Oh, so he didn't Google that.
I'll give it to the first person who spells it right.
Okay. Well, there's that D again. Somebody was mentioning.
It's all about the D.
No, it's all about the base. I keep telling you.
No triple.
Okay. So he's got the surname spelt correctly. That's right. That's better, said Little Wolf.
I figured it'd be Hans.
Hans, yeah.
You two boys have been whacking off my tool shed.
Hans Christian Ørsted.
He's not related to Anderson. Oh, monkey.
No.
It's so obvious that I got it as well as Terry.
Yeah, both at the same time. Well, actually, you should be an hour behind me, shouldn't you? So.
Oh, crap. I don't know if I can hold it in that long.
What am I doing? I'm over here, aren't I?
What do I know?
Procrastinating.
Yeah, no, I'm over here.
You're over there.
I'm pressing things and doing things. Now I've got to get that for you.
Yeah, I was just thinking there's another one in the second Indiana Jones film when they're in the palace and he presses on the statue and he finds out a hidden passage. and he lights a match to read the inscription in front of him, and you can quite clearly see that although the match is in front of him, all the light's coming from behind him.
Oh, I always see that in movies.
Because it's lighting up his back and its shoulder, and it's like, that's an impressive match.
Yes.
I love when you can see the candle or the torch or whatever they are, the shadow of it on the wall.
Yeah. I mean, I know there's a lot of historical things, particularly with tanks, where you go, oh, look, that's supposed to be a Tiger tank, and it isn't. But it's all the little things. Terminator 2, towards the end, the big tanker of liquid nitrogen, it flips over on its side. And if you watch carefully, you can see the 3 cables that are dragging it across the floor. Every film you watch, you will spot something somewhere, you know.
So I'm usually more focused on the how crap the science is, but, you know.
That as well, yeah. Some films are very well done, but they're inevitably something gets missed somewhere.
That's where I used to get MacGyver, the early one, with Richard D. Anderson, when he used to do his bits and pieces. I'm going, would that really work?
So, Monkey, you the kind of person that sits in the cinema watching a film, everyone else is enjoying the film, and you're sitting there snorting, going, as if.
Maybe once or twice.
Yeah.
I'm not going to say I don't, but, you know.
He yells out to the cinematographer, could you rewind that, please? I'm sure I've seen what I've seen.
I tend not to do that in the cinema. I'll do it when I'm sat at home watching it and go, no, hang on a minute. You know, it's like...
Rewind it, yeah.
You don't go watch Gravity in the cinema because you're spending all your time going, that's a load of bollocks. It doesn't work like that.
I was watching a mini-series once, and it was, space adventure horror something.
Yeah.
And they were doing okay on the physics. They were doing pretty good. And then the ship, before it leaves, is sitting in orbit, and its engines fail, and it just plummets to Earth. I'm like, no, just no. You're in orbit. You don't even need. Just no. I wasted about 5 minutes of the next bit because I just couldn't deal with how crap that was.
David said he's feeling better now. Okay, you got your appetite back. Oh, that's good to hear.
Did whilst we're talking about people feeling better, did anybody see what happened to the Spatial?
Yeah, I've heard. Well, half and half. I haven't heard anything lately.
No, what happened to him?
He had a minor heart attack because he put up a video. I think was it yesterday morning. I think it was sort of. I'm in hospital. I've just had a heart attack.
Oh.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Poor bloke.
He seems all right. I don't think it was anything major, but it was, still a heart attack, and they were doing tests and things to see what they could do, or talking about, stents and things. But he seemed perfectly okay, but he's quite clearly sort of filming himself in a hospital bed.
Well, what he had, because what he was doing for the last couple of weeks was, family stuff that he told us about.
Yes, I suspect that might have had something to do with it. Yeah. I think the old boy's been under a lot of stress.
Yeah.
So, I did sort of put a comment, oh, blimey, never a dull moment in your house, No. If it ain't one thing, it's another, poor bugger. But he seems all right, so...
Yeah, we'll have to we'll have to get him cheered up again. Get his spirits back.
He needs to do some experiments on screen.
I know. It was supposed to happen last New Year or Christmas, whenever it was. Everyone had a couple of little glasses of some sort of liquid.
1 or 2. Oh God, that's a couple of years ago now, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. I think it was just on COVID year, 19.
Oh, just before the shit hit the fan, yeah.
Yeah. Well, the fan hit the shit. Either way, it doesn't matter.
Something hit something, I know.
Yeah. Oh, well. You're going to need another cuppa before we start this. I'm thinking the same thing too.
Not even got half a cup left.
You haven't started yet, have you, Terry?
No. Started as in...
I'm hearing us.
The peanuts?
Yeah.
Oh, we're live, are we?
We have been for some time.
Yeah, I know, I'm just saying. trying to confuse
I'll
Alan.
tell you what, I'm going to finish this and get another one before we make the start.
All right then. Okay, we'll do that then. We'll keep babbling on then.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was just going to say something to you to get you to remind me to tell you something later on. That was all.
Oh, look,
Oh,
Nick,
so-
I've got a list of things I've got to remind people. Go on then.
Okay.
We've got a screen freeze going on out.
Got
in
my
the-
diary.
Oh, yeah, because I've got the screen share going in here. That's what happens. I'll stop that for now.
No,
There you are, Fred.
doesn't matter.
Ah!
I remember. I remember.
You know,
Man, he got the pen and pad out ready to write it down. He went to all that trouble.
Look, I've already got a reminder for Jose.
Just remind me. I need to tell Terry that I've got details so that I can try and get him a trip around the local parish church in Martham.
Huh?
Did you get that, Terry?
Hey,
I'm going
Alan,
to go and put the bloody
I don't think Farmers is going to write it down now, Alan.
No, I just wanted.
So you wanted to remind.
We need to talk after the show about doing that stuff. Okay?
Yes. Yeah. Okay. No drama.
That's what I needed to say.
I've got to put Monk's shit. What are words forget me sometimes? Give me a clue what it means. Mandelbrot set. That's the word. I'm going to pin that because that looks cool. That. I hope it comes out all right for the peanuts.
it doesn't look too bad.
Yeah, the quality. That's what I'm. As long as the quality comes out all right. It was so mesmerising watching the one I was watching one time on YouTube. The bloke went in 1,000 or whatever big number it was.
Oh,
Down it, how far
I watched
down
this
he went.
insane 3-hour Zoom that was just crazy.
Yeah. Have you seen the ones that are different shapes as well, not just this style?
Yeah.
Amazing.
Actually, there's a brilliant one where they go through all of the variations of this is what happens when you change this axis in the Julia set for your origin, and it distorts it and stuff. And then he goes, and this is what it looks in 3 dimensions, and it's just crazy.
You could sit there and watch. It'd be so hypnotising, I think.
Yeah. So much repetition, so much complexity, and the math for it is dead simple.
Yeah.
The program that generated these frames is about 150 lines of code.
Wow.
And that's not even doing anything special. It's just using normal math. So
is Mandelbrot the bloke that invented it or thought of it or whatever it is?
So he's the one that originally mapped out this particular set, which is two-dimensionally orthogonal to the Julia set, which has been known for years. But he did a lot of early work on finding complexity from simple operations. And
has it got practical applications, or is it just something that's a mathematical thing, or?
A lot of the stuff that came out of the Mandelbrot set and Mandelbrot's work in general on fractals has ended up in chaos theory and stuff like that, because this is all very much covered by chaos theory now.
Wow.
But there's so many interesting little things where it maps to other stuff that we would never have thought of. Veritasium did a video at one point showing that the Mandelbrot set maps to the what's it called? The logistics map, which is something that was developed many, many years ago to model population growth. But turns out it shares some properties with the Mandelbrot set, and everybody's like, well, that's kind of creepy. how the hell did you even figure that out? And that's terribly cool. I'd love to show it on the show, but of course Veritasium don't like it when people show their stuff. Let's change the zoom.
Does anybody know what's up with YouTube side chats and using the scroll wheel?
No idea.
Yes, we know about it, but we don't know what's going on with it though. I know it's bloody annoying.
Because once you drag the slider back up a bit, then it rolls nicely. It's only when you go down to the end it gets stuck there.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been doing that for at least a couple of weeks.
Yeah.
I suspect they've done an update to make everything new and improved.
Yeah. Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
Hey, it wasn't broke. Don't fix it.
Well, I noticed they put back the feature for going to a person's channel in the side chat. They put that back.
Yeah, but I'd got the little Chrome add-on anyway. Go to channel.
Oh, okay.
So, but yeah, they brought that back. I mean, it's taken them what, a year, 18 months, I think.
Yeah.
Like that. If not longer.
I mean, it's a handy feature in some way, but then for the reason for it to take it away, well, you couldn't go to people's channels for whatever reason. I don't know why.
Some people just like to fiddle. Oh, there's nothing wrong with it. Oh, well, we'll see if we can make it better then. Leave it alone.
If it ain't broke, fix it.
No,
That seems to be how it works. Is, oh, we're going to be doing an update. Oh, quick, shit, everybody save everything. You know.
Yeah. How many people are using Windows 11?
Not yet.
Neither am I.
I tried it on my laptop. It didn't like it, and I can't install it on this tower I'm using here because apparently it's too old.
Yeah, I've got the same problem. Apparently, my processor supports the functionality that is required, and there are a lot of older processors that support it. It just won't support my Windows 11. Just won't run on my system.
No, same here. I've got twin 4-core processors in this thing, and it's like, oh, your PC isn't good enough. Oh, bollocks to you then. I don't need Windows 11, so. If
Everybody
this ain't
move to
good
Windows
enough,
11 right now, except you. We don't want you. Wow, that's loud.
That's someone's telephone.
Holy moly.
Wow.
What happened to the Mandelbrot set?
The Zoom's got a pause at the end.
Oh, okay.
It does eventually restart.
Oh, okay. I'll put it
I was
back.
playing around with the GIF generation.
Oh.
I think it starts again. It might not start again.
Remember when I did this once
Let's go back to
before?
this one.
Oh, there we go.
There we go. How did you get there?
Whoa, trippy.
Yeah. I got you on full. I'm trying to work out how do you get back out of there?
The Mandelbrot set is definitely one of my favorite things in math. There's so many cool things, but this is definitely the coolest.
View, gallery. Right, there we go. Back to normal. Know what happened then?
I can see you talking, Paul, but I can't hear you. Not Paul. Farmers.
Who? Farmers. Is Farmer talking?
I saw his
No.
lips moving. Maybe I'm looking at the wrong window.
Maybe he's just reading something silently.
Which window are you looking at?
I've got too many open. I don't know. It's
Are,
like having
are
too many
you are
tabs.
you in Zoom or are you watching YouTube?
Maybe both.
Because YouTube have been several
Maybe I
seconds
was looking
behind
at-
Zoom.
He's looking
Now
at
I'm
you-
talking,
he's
my
looking at
lips are
YouTube
moving.
watching you talk.
Oh yeah,
but
and I can
listen-
hear you too.
Yeah, if you listen to us in here and watch us on YouTube,
That
it'll
is
screw with
really
See,
you.
this is
screwed.
why I don't generally have the YouTube up. It screws with me.
Oh no, we'll confuse you even more. Blue will you'll think Blue's talking now. No. Blue's got another background too now. Oh, there he is.
Background.
Speaking of Space Matt,
Hey!
come in, Space Matt. We want to talk to you. We haven't talked to you for a long time.
Oh, well, that's a promising sign. He says he's home, right? So he's not watching us from a hospital bed. That
Yeah,
sounds like
that's
an
what
improvement.
I thought. If you come in and say good day, we'll cheer you up.
I will promise not to give you
we've
another
got
heart.
we've got a purple rhyme with orange. You better get your spanner back because I did the culling purple. Get your spanner back. You haven't been back since I did the culling, so. What? My roommate is talking to me while I have my headphones on. Why? My missus does that. She'll walk past and she'll say something to me, and I. What?
People do that to me at work. I've got my headphones on. I can't fucking hear you because I'm blasting music while I write code. So they come and stand
Ooh.
at my desk, and I'm like typing away, and holy shit, there's somebody standing next to me. What the hell?
Yeah, I don't.
Have you been talking to me for the last 5 minutes?
Yeah.
I thought people had enough.
Could you not hear the music from there? Come on.
I mean, people on there, you just, I get so used now to just seeing people with headphones on in front of a laptop and you think, oh, you're in a Zoom call or something. You know, you're on the phone basically. You just leave them to it.
Peanuts, put it.
And one of my workmates wears his headphones all the time. You can never tell when he likes it this way. You can never tell when he's on the phone, when he's listening to videos. Or
So that's a polite way of saying I've got my headphones on. Piss off.
Piss off.
Peanuts, put out
All
there.
day, just go away.
Tag M2M for him to come in. We'll force him in.
I have a limited amount of time that I can spend on you, and today is not looking like your day.
Yes, you're not scheduled today. Sorry. Well, Matt did say okay, so I presume his.
He's probably just getting set up. He might have to go and brush his teeth or something.
Right.
Okay, we're ready now.
I'm ready.
I'm ready.
Just have another slurp.
Oh, I'm not ready.
You're not
I forgot
because you
that.
haven't got it open, have you?
I know. I closed.
Yeah.
I closed it by accident. I was closing another couple of tabs that I didn't need, and I went, "Uh oh." I had it already too, the right spot.
Hang on, I've got how many things have I got open? I've got two Google what's it's going. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 tabs across 2 screens, plus 2 windows on that screen. Plus I've got AutoCAD open. Oh, and it appears I've got a PDF document open as well.
Right. Now I've got to remember where we were going to. Down there. Okay. Number 4.
And we have
Number D.
Yeah. What number D?
Yeah, it was.
Not letter 4 then.
No, that was D. I've got to scroll down.
It's all about the D.
Base.
Told you.
Afternoon.
Hello.
Hello.
Mitty!
What the bloody hell have you been doing to yourself?
I'm alive. I survived. I'm alive. I'm alive. You haven't got rid of me yet.
Can you
I'm
hang
gonna be
around for a
over
few
Billy.
minutes?
Hey, Space
Well, at
Matt.
least now we have proof that you have a heart.
Ah. Didn't have to remember that one.
No, it's
So,
good. It's good to see you up and about, mate.
What happened to you then, mate? You know.
On Friday, I basically took a heart attack, albeit a mild one.
Yeah.
Yeah, a bit of a scary time. That wasn't a pleasant experience, to say the
Did you
least.
give it back?
No, I kept it. Sorry. Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, if that was a mild heart attack, I mean, Jesus H Christ, I wouldn't like to think what a full blown heart attack would feel like, because that was very sore and very scary.
I bet.
Yeah. So, but the longer the upshort of it, I had an angiogram yesterday, but it wasn't entirely successful. A bit like the last time as well. What they like to do is they like to go up your right arm through the radial blood vessel.
Yeah.
Your heart. That was in 2018. They found a loop, so they couldn't get past it. It was causing pain spasm. So they had me in a few weeks later, and they went through the groin, and that was successful. They get one of the
Not much fun.
No, not much fun, but yeah, they managed to do it. They found some minor. Yeah, that's right. They found some minor like narrowing of the blood vessels to the heart, but nothing to worry about. So they weren't going to treat it. But they wanted to do an angiogram this time, so I thought, right, okay, well, they'll go through the left arm. It's a little less risky, because what you consider is that I'm on quite a lot of pain, a lot of blood thinners at the time. So, and also it complicates a little bit more because I've got an inguinal hernia on the right side. So that complicates it just slightly, not a big deal, but it was still a bit of a high risk. But yeah, it would appear I've also got a loop in my blood vessel in my left arm. But they weren't able to complete. Fuck's sake, I'm pretty unique in that way, aren't I? So what they're going to do is they left it is I'm going to have a CT scan in the not too distant future, and then they'll see what they can do, because they didn't want, another reason why they didn't go through the groin as well, because they think that there's a low probability that I do have a blockage in the blood vessels to the heart. I was quite convinced I have, but I know I'm not an expert, so it is what it is, you know. So they discharged me, and home I went last night.
Oh wow.
That was it.
That's always a good sign if they kick you out of the hospital bed. Go on. Okay.
Yeah, well, that's it. I mean, while I was there, apart from the following day when I got to hospital, I did take a bit of a time while I was getting chest pains, but the rest of the days I didn't. I was fine, absolutely fine. Tired, but other than that, I was fine. So so I'm home with some extra medications that I've got to take and all the rest of it, and just got to wait for the CT scan. So yeah, that's the way it is at the moment. So.
David Oliver's given us the hint.
Yeah, exactly. Farmers are taking it easy.
He's got a cup of tea as well. Oh well,
he's ready.
If we're all brewed up.
Who's ready?
That's right. I'll go make one when Lindsay shows up.
Another one when Lindsay shows up.
Maybe 3.
Oh, you can't miss all of it, blimey.
Yeah.
So Little Wolf says shoots MTM with a tranquilizer dart and fits a radio tag on him.
What?
Don't tell him that. He's not supposed to know.
Oh, it's all right. I'm already being tracked by the FBI and the CIA and everything else, you know, because obviously, you know, I'm a risk, clearly.
Oh God, yeah. Yeah, well, you keep telling all their secrets, don't you?
Exactly, yeah. Yeah, what with being a NASA shill and everything else, you know.
Eat your heart out, Edward Snowden.
Hey, we might have another reader, Farmer.
Yeah, but hey, if he wants.
What?
Reading.
What, this stuff? What are we reading? What's this?
We've been doing the James Webb for a couple of weeks. We're just going through the wiki, since we can't use proper videos, which is for some reason. The only way we've been able to do it is just use text for now, and maybe some pop-up pictures and images. So we're just reading it from the Wikipedia to start with, and then we'll go on to get some other documentation of where we're at with it now. Once it's already been launched and in position and doing stuff, which we'll get to, what they're up to. So that's been for the last couple of weeks.
So is this this is about the launch now, is it?
No, well, the Wikipedia's, this will all be prior, so.
Yeah, we've gone through the design process, and we've covered the orbit and the mission goals and what have you, and.
So this is talking about the launch itself. Yep. Yeah, I'll read a bit if you do. Yeah, I don't mind.
You don't mind? How much?
Yeah, no, I don't mind.
How much we're going to get through today? I'll get through that. I'll get transit structural deployment. Goes down to. Wow, I think we might. Yeah, I think we'll get to
quite a lot there,
I don't think we'll go to commissioning and testing this week then. by the look of all
I mean, you should be all right. There shouldn't be any issues with you playing NASA videos or anything from the ESA because I mean that's all public domain. So
Yeah. Well, I'll have to grab a couple of them as we move on.
Yeah, should be able to find plenty of stuff from NASA about it. Plenty of stuff.
We'll see if we can get the launch, deployment, stuff like that. But the Flurfers will complain if we get any CG stuff.
Oh well. As long as you make sure you tell them that, oh, by the way, this is an artist's impression, CGI,
yes.
blah blah blah, it's animation.
But they think it's all CGI, so
Well, exactly. It doesn't make any difference. Yeah.
Yes, I had that yesterday with Mr. Mabbit and the latest SpaceX launch. Oh, it's all CGI. Don't show me that crap. It's all
what do
cartoon.
you mean Wolf Terry said to tag you? Did I get it wrong? No. What?
And don't tell me Brian Maddow. It's evidence of that is because it looks fake, right?
I don't think he even got that far. He just said no, it's fake.
It is fake. That's a fact, is it?
Because it has to be, doesn't it? To be a flat earther, it all has to be fake.
Yeah.
And when we finish this, Fred said Arcs Blue about demolishing a lemon turd. Okay,
yeah.
We'll talk about that after then. Write that down, Farmer.
Oh, hang on.
Well, is Farmer your bloody secretary now?
No, all he wanted Alan to remind me of something, and your Farmer's going to write it down, and Alan's going, no.
Bit of paper. I've got lots of bits of paper here at the moment. All sorts of.
Well, I do need a secretary.
Survey notes from Monday.
There is a position for a secretary, Monk, if you want to apply for it.
Well, I do have long, shapely legs.
Oh, lovely.
Oh, really?
They're a bit hairy, but
Can you prove that?
Oh my God! You mean I have to dig up my bloody camp? No, I can't.
Oh, well.
Oh dear.
See, now you got me doing something else that sidetracked you.
So have you got an Ozzie perspective filing system there, Farmers? Have you? A file.
What I've got
a pile of bits of paper.
Is a pile of bits of paper with scribbles on from the site survey I did on Monday.
Oh, fair enough.
Of some god awful bloody boiler room at Bromsgrove Hospital.
Oh, nice.
The Ozzie perspective filing system is just a matter of how many tabs do I have open.
Yeah.
High IQ research and that. Anyway, how is everybody else? How's everybody going?
There's your outfit, Monk.
Oh, lovely. Actually, when I was 18, me and a mate dressed up in high heels and wigs and the whole 9 yards.
What was that?
It was quite funny.
Earning a bit of money.
And no, there are no photos in existence. Thank you very
much. There's one question, and maybe I'll take the opportunity. Right, there's one question I've always wanted to ask Australians and their opinion. I mean, it depends who you ask, I guess. But how would you feel if they took the Union flag off the Australian flag? How would you feel about it?
Wouldn't bother me because I'd like to be independent of Britain eventually.
Well, you are.
Yeah,
but not with the Union flag on there.
And you're part of the Commonwealth. I mean, you're an independent nation. Our country doesn't tell you what to do.
Well, we have.
No, but there is still some. There is still some stuff with the Governor General and all that, which is a position that reports to the Queen.
We did go through a stage there a while back of maybe redesigning the flag, but I don't know whatever come of that.
I thought you went through the process of deciding whether or not you were going to keep the Queen as head of state or become a republic, and in the end the vote was to keep the Queen as head of state.
Yeah, well, I don't remember voting for it, so I don't know who did that vote. I'm still waiting for the letter.
Probably the politicians.
I'm still waiting for a letter from the Queen to say when our time served. Being convicts and all. Oh, well, there we go.
Yeah.
I'll see. I'm an import, not a convict. So I came here by choice.
Did anyone get that?
No.
No, you broke up a bit there, Monk.
You broke up on the.
Sorry, I'm an import. choice, so I'm never getting time off.
I heard most of that, but not all of it.
Never mind. Wasn't all that good.
Well, now you say that, it's better.
Yeah, we know you're an import.
Blowing.
Internet's been dodgy for the last day or two for some reason. Mine has.
Well, I haven't
we get back to the subject.
I haven't been cut off from the internet for a little while now, so cross my fingers it's been good.
Yeah, touch wood.
Yeah, touch wood.
It doesn't matter about anybody else. It doesn't really matter about anybody else losing their internet as long as Terry doesn't, because he's obviously you're streaming it from where you are. So.
Well, yeah.
So you able to read that without your glasses, Matt?
Yeah, I can read it without my glasses. I very rarely use my glasses anyway, so yeah, no problem. So shall I go ahead and read then, shall I?
Yeah, from here, yep.
Mission progress from launch onwards. Launch and mission length. Main article, Ariane 5 flight VA256. Scientists and engineers who worked on the project. Who's ringing? Oh dear. Scientists and engineers who worked on the project described their feelings and anticipation and anxiety about the launch of the exhaustively tested, nearly £10 billion instrument, $10 billion instrument. I wouldn't blame them, would you? All those years and 10 billion. Yeah.
Yeah.
Commenting that it would be an exciting moment and they would feel terrified the entire time. The launch, designated Ariane flight VA256, took place as scheduled at 12:20 UTC on the 25th of December 2021 on an Ariane 5 rocket that lifted off from the Guiana Space Center in French Guiana. Upon successful launch, NASA Administrator Bill Nelson called it a great day for planet Earth. The telescope was confirmed to be receiving power, starting a 2-week deployment phase of its parts and traveling to its target destination. The observatory was attached to the Ariane 5 via a launch vehicle adapter ring, which could be used by a future spacecraft to upgrade the observatory to attempt to fix gross deployment problems. Let's see how. However, the telescope itself is not serviceable, and astronauts would not be able to perform tasks such as swapping instruments as the Hubble Space Telescope. The telescope was released from the upper stage 27 minutes 7 seconds after launch, beginning a 30-day adjustment to place the telescope into a halo orbit around the L2 Lagrange point. The telescope was launched with slightly less speed than needed to reach its final orbit and slowed down as it traveled away from Earth in order to reach L2 with only the velocity needed to enter its orbit there. The telescope reached L2 on the 24th of January 2022. The flight included 3 planned course corrections to adjust its speed and direction. This is because the observatory could recover from underthrust, going too slowly, but could not recover from overthrust, going too fast. To protect highly temperature-sensitive instruments, the sun shield must remain between the telescope and the sun, so the spacecraft could not turn around or use its thrusters to slow down. Right. The telescope's nominal mission time is 5 years, with a goal of 10 years. The planned 5-year science mission begins after a 6-month commissioning phase, which we're in at the moment. And L2 orbit is unstable, so James Webb needs to use propellant to maintain its halo orbit around L2, known as station keeping. To prevent the telescope from drifting away from its orbital position, to prevent its telescope from drifting away from orbital position. It was designed to carry enough fuel for 10 years, but the precision of the Ariane 5 launch and the first mid-course correction were credited with saving enough onboard fuel that James Webb may be able to maintain its orbit for around 20 years instead.
Wow.
Yeah.
But I would imagine, though, because, I mean, they fully admitted that it's going to receive at least minor damage from meteorites and space junk and all that kind of stuff. So I guess it all depends really on that, I guess.
Yeah.
Well, L2 is a fairly busy place.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, much busier than people think it is. So, depends. I mean, that heat shield is the size of a tennis court, isn't it? So it's going to get damaged for sure. So who knows?
I think that's also one of the advantages of it being multiple layers.
Well, yeah, exactly.
I guess the hope is that if something hits it, it won't go all the way through all the layers, and it's not too big. But ultimately, it's in the lap of the gods.
Yeah.
They can put it up there and just cross their fingers and hope for the best.
Yeah, which, well, I mean, yeah, it's calculated risk, isn't it? But yeah, pretty much. Yeah. So there's the Ariane 5. Good bit of kit, that.
Yeah, we'll get to the videos of that in the next episode or two if we can get some NASA footage of the launch.
Yeah, so that's that's the separation right after it's separated from its upper stage, and it's on its own.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, like literally probably about 30 seconds after that, you saw the solar panel. I think it was about 30 seconds, wasn't it? Something like that, or at least
Did you read the last sentence?
Solar panel.
That's part of the Earth. It can be seen in the background.
Yep.
Yeah, so JWST is seen from the ESD cryogenic upper stage shortly after separation, approximately 29 minutes after launch. Part of the Earth with the Gulf of Aden can be seen in the background. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, but the curvy thing, it's got a curve to it for some reason.
Yeah, it's a bit round, isn't it?
It's large and it's round.
Wow.
The ground.
I wonder if it'll be friends with me.
But the flurf is going to say to me, "Where's the stars?"
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Of course they will.
Demonstrate you know nothing about cameras without actually saying you know nothing about cameras.
Yeah, exactly.
Where are the stars?
Doesn't that shot?
Do you know what exposure means?
No.
No, not that exposure.
No, not that type of exposure. No.
Not that type of exposure.
Or exposure or shutter speed. Well, I suppose it's still exposure, isn't it?
It is really.
Yeah, whatever.
Yeah.
The exposure and filter, I don't think it's in their vocabulary.
No.
Shutter speed, aperture, these all, lens focal length, these things all matter.
Yep.
Yep.
Unfortunately, flurfs keep redefining the meanings of these well-established, long-used words.
Yeah, but isn't Travis a well-known photographer?
Normal.
I got
who?
Is it Travis?
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
I got no, it was It was why bother?
Oh yeah.
Told me that well he called something parallax, and of course that was the one time when it was actually perspective.
They have a habit. If it's not perspective, they'll blame it on perspective, and when it is perspective, they'll have 3 million other excuses for it. It's boggling. Yeah. It really is.
I still haven't had an answer from Gary. Why bother? Because he was talking about about things disappearing from the bottom upwards. You were there, I think, Farmers, and I think it was on Ranty's stream. Do you remember on his Discord?
Possibly. I've heard him say the same shit so many times.
I live, or at least, well, my parents still live. I live near Eastleigh Airport. I'm sure Alan would know that, probably where that is. I'm sure Farmer's Boy probably know where it is. Well, it used to be called Eastleigh Airport. It's now called Southampton Airport. But anyway, we used to live quite near the flight path of when they actually took off from the airport. And as a kid, from my window, I used to have these binoculars, and I used to watch these aircraft fly off into the distance, right? But as I said to Gary, I don't remember any of those aircraft disappearing from the bottom upwards. Why is that? And his answer was, because you didn't know what you were looking for.
So no. I need the process. Hang on, I just need to reboot.
Yeah.
It's like that Windows XP noise, isn't it? Boom.
Oh no, I've just had the blue screen of death.
Yeah. It's like, what?
What?
Well, in his case, the blue screen of derp.
Yes. Yeah, blue screen of derp. Yeah. So I left him with a challenge, right? What I wanted him to do is I wanted him to provide a video or demonstrate of when an aircraft is flying away from the observer, well above the horizon, and any other obstructions where it disappears from the bottom upwards.
It doesn't.
It doesn't.
Oh, you missed out on his rubber band experiments.
I saw that. I saw his video. Yeah.
You mean you weren't watching our streams for the last few weeks?
Oh no, I haven't. Sorry, bud. I've been slightly distracted.
I know. We know.
Did you see Jose's version of that?
No, I didn't.
He's done a few brilliant short little videos, only 2 or 3 minutes long, and he's done one of Gary Y. Benga. And every time his fingers move, all you can hear is twang, 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 twang. Absolutely brilliant. Because that's all that's missing from Gary's videos is the twang of the bang. So Jose added them in. Yeah, bloody good job.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah.
Should we get back on topic?
I suppose we all, yeah.
Yeah.
Farmer, me or you?
I'm quite happy to keep on reading. I don't mind. This is interesting stuff.
Yeah, gives Farmer a break. Gives me a break.
Cheers.
Yeah. Anyway, transit and structural deployment. Starting 31 minutes after launch, continuing for about 13 days, James Webb began process of deploying its solar array antenna, sun shield and mirrors. 31 minutes probably shortly after that, yeah. Antenna, sun shield and mirrors. Nearly all deployment actions were commanded by the Space Telescope Science Institute in Baltimore, except for 2 early automatic steps: solar panel unfolding and communication antenna deployment. The mission was designed to give ground controllers flexibility to change or modify the deployment sequence in case of any problems. Makes sense. The electricity generating solar panel deployed on the day of launch, 1.5 minutes after the telescope separated from the Ariane rocket, or 1.5 minutes, a bit longer than thought. This took place slightly sooner than expected because launch rotation. Oh, somebody's at the door. I'll be right back. Hold on.
Rotation was much closer to ideal than deployment plans had envisaged. The separation and solar panel extension were both visible in a live feed from a camera on the rocket. After deployment of the solar arrays, power output was reduced due to a factory preset duty cycle in the array regulator module, which was set prior to launch. Power usage was greater than that supplied by the solar arrays, and this resulted in an increased drawdown of the telescope's batteries and higher than expected voltage. To ensure power delivery would be sufficient for spacecraft and science operations, the solar panels were reset and duty cycles were optimized to account for the real-world conditions observed, including array temperatures. Higher than desired temperatures were observed in some of the shade deployment motors. While the motors remained well within their operational tolerances, to ensure greater margins, the spacecraft's attitude was adjusted to aid the motions in reaching their desired temperatures, and the motors were rebalanced. This was done based on results from simulator testing. The majority of forecast models of vehicle behavior and conditions match the operational evolution in space.
I'm back.
He's back and in full.
Yeah, you're back.
Yeah,
was it a telemarketer?
No, it was a parcel. Sadly, not for me.
Okay.
Oh look, Milkman Dan's in the thingy, all naked.
Oh, Milkman Dan. Geez, he hadn't been in for a while. That's why he's naked.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, we know that.
There you are, Milkman. You get your spanner back. The regulars get automatic spanner.
Oh, is he not been here since the purge then?
No. We're up to at 7:50 p.m. I've already read a couple of paragraphs for you.
Yeah, no problem. At 7:50 p.m. EST on the 25th December 2021, about 12 hours after launch, the telescope's pair of primary rockets began firing for 65 minutes to make the first 3 planned mid-course corrections. On day 2, the high-gain communication antenna deployed automatically. On the 27th of December 2021, at 60 hours after launch, the Webb's rockets fired for 9 minutes and 27 seconds to make the second of 3 mid-course corrections for the telescope to arrive at its L2 destination. On the 28th of December, 3 days after launch, mission controllers began the multi-day deployment of Webb's all-important sun shield. Yeah, the scary time. Mm-hmm. Basically because the sun shield was the thing really that caused them the most problems. It was really tricky. Controllers sent commands that successfully lowered the forward and aft pallet structures, which contained the sun shield. This deployment precedes the actual unfolding and extension of the delicate shield membranes, which are pulled out of the pallets by telescoping beams in a subsequent step. On the 29th of December 2021, the controller successfully extended the deployable tower assembly, a pipe-like column which moved apart from the two main segments of the observatory. The telescope with its mirrors and
Oh, you're reading it from here, aren't you? You didn't open it up. So.
Yeah, I am, yeah. With its mirrors and scientific instruments, and the bus holding the electronics and propulsion. The assembly lengthened at 48 inches or 1,200 millimeters in a process that lasted 6.5 hours. Jesus, that was slow.
Gee, that's a long time to get it up.
Yeah, 48 inches. 48 inches, you're boasting, you are. 48 inches.
Oh God, you'd faint.
Well, that's why it took so long.
Supplying all
4 foot long.
Exactly. Oh,
That's a leg.
Oh dear, with
the slowest erection in history. Lost 6.5 hours to get there.
Yeah.
Obviously, they needed Viagra. Yeah.
Clearly, slow acting Viagra. Looks. Oh dear, how did we get to that point? Jesus wept. Come on, Derek.
You started it.
You started it. Yeah, we'll
not see this coming.
6.5 hours, including many of the preparatory commands. The deployment created the needed distance between the James Webb segments to allow extreme cooling of the telescope and room for the sun shield to unfold. On the 30th of December 2021, controllers successfully completed 2 more steps in unpacking the observatory. First, commands deployed all the after momentum flap, a device that provides balance against the solar pressure of the sun shield, saving fuel by reducing the need for thruster firing to main Webb's orientation. Next, the mission control released the rolled up covers that protected the sun shield, exposing it to space for the first time. I'm going to scroll up a little bit first, Terry, and then don't need to until where it says the 31st of December. On the 31st of December, the ground team extended the 2 telescoping mid-booms from the left and right sides of the observatory, which pulls it out to its recognized shape, basically. Pulling the 5 sun shield membranes out of the folded stowage in the fore and aft pallets, which were lowered 3 days earlier. Deployment of the left side boom in relation to pointing direction of the main mirror was delayed when the mission control did not initially receive confirmation that the sun shield cover had fully rolled up. Yeah, it was kind of like everybody was thinking, "Oh no, here we go." on the world of Twitter, it's like, "Is this it?"
So they weren't sure. Yeah. So they weren't sure.
Yeah, they just did. It had, but they were, for some reason they just weren't receiving confirmation that it had been completed. But whatever they did, they managed to confirm it. I don't know how.
Yeah.
After looking at extra date, sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, couldn't they look out the window and look up?
No.
Yeah, with a telescope. Yeah, okay. That's definitely done. Yeah.
Why didn't they just point the Hubble at it?
I know, you should be able to see it. Right?
Yeah.
After looking at extra data of confirmation, the team proceeded to extend the booms. The left side deployed in 3 hours and 19 minutes. The right side took 3 hours and 42 minutes. With that step, Webb's sun shield resembled its complete kite shape form and extended to its 47-foot width. Commands to separate and tension the membranes were to follow. I think that was kind of the most scary part, I think, for most, because during testing, I believe, every time they put it under tension, it kept tearing in places and damaging and all kinds of different things. So, but all accounts, it doesn't look like that's happened. Were to follow and expected to take several days. After resting on New Year's Day, staff days, the ground team delayed sun shield tensioning 1 day to allow time for optimized observatory sun array for solar panels and to adjust the orientation of the observatory slightly to cool the slightly hotter than expected sun shield deployment motors. The tensioning of layer 1 closest to the sun and the largest of the 5 in the sun shield began on the 3rd of January 2022 and was completed at 3:48 p.m. EST. Tensioning of the 2nd and 3rd layers began at 4:09 p.m. EST and took 2 hours and 25 minutes. On the 4th of January, controllers successfully tensioned the last 2 layers, 4 and 5, completing the task at 11:59 EST. Yeah. That was the most worrying part done.
Yeah.
On the 5th of January, Mission Control successfully deployed the telescope's secondary mirror, which locked itself into place to a tolerance of about 1.5 millimeters. The last step of the structural deployment was to unfold the wings of the primary mirror. Each panel consisted of 3 primary mirror segments and had to be folded to allow the space telescope to be installed in the fairing of the Ariane rocket for the launch of the telescope. On the 7th of January 2022, the NASA deployed and locked in place the port side wing, and on the 8th of January, the starboard side mirror wing. This successfully completed the structural deployment of the observatory. Yeah, the main structures. On the 24th of January, 2 p.m. EST, nearly a month after launch, a third and final course correction took place, inserting James Webb into its planned halo orbit around the Sun-Earth L2 point. And there it is.
Is that a video?
Yeah, you should be able to play it. I don't know if anybody hear it, but...
Oh.
There you go.
We don't need the music.
There you go.
I have to wonder why pink. I mean, presumably there's a wavelength response for that, but...
What's that, sorry?
So I have to wonder why pink. Why did they choose pink for the sun-facing side of the?
I don't know. I'm not sure. I don't know. Is it pink? I thought it was just a silver color. I'm not sure.
To me.
Yeah, I think that's just the animation. I think it's kind of gone under a weird color. I wasn't aware that it was pink.
This is not.
Could be right, but
this is not real. This is CGI, monk.
Yeah.
What? No. But I can see reflections and everything.
Well, it's a good animation then, isn't it?
Yeah.
Nice lots of reflections.
So it'd tear somewhere there when they stretched it out to that point there, by the look of it, somewhere.
Yeah.
Is it only like that foil that's like your car windscreen, that silver stuff?
It's
the thickness of a human hair and aluminium coated on both sides.
Yeah, and made captain. I think it's mostly made of as well. Yeah, an aluminized captain or something.
Wow.
Or something like that. Yeah. And the gold on the mirror is so incredibly thin. It's only something like about 50 grams or something covering the whole thing, and it's like a 6.5 meter mirror.
What, like
Tiny
gold
amount of
leaf?
gold.
What's sort of like a gold leaf almost?
Yeah, like really
even less.
Yeah, even less. Yeah, incredibly thin.
Yeah.
Wow.
That shows you that I think we said last time there's 370 odd parts that had to move, and all of them had to work perfectly.
Out of that? There we go.
Yeah, 375 parts of failure, critical failure as well.
Yeah.
Oh, we've got a Roger Rabbit naked. Do we know Roger
Rabbit?
Oh yeah, Roger Rabbit. Yeah.
Do we know Roger Rabbit?
They
all of the mirrors are independently movable, aren't they?
Yes, they are. Yeah.
You're subbed, aren't you, Roger Rabbit, aren't you?
Yeah, he's been on a few times before.
Yeah.
Yeah, they had to. They didn't mention in this. They had to reorientate James Webb on a number of occasions because they had sensors all over all the different motors because the motors had to operate within certain temperature range. Otherwise, they may not. And there were certain points where certain actuators and motors weren't quite at their optimum temperature. So they had to maneuver it slightly so that it was, maybe partially away from the sun or out of the sun or whatever, for it to actually work properly. So yeah, they had quite a few problems, but all very minor problems all the way there that weren't publicized, but they managed to solve. So yeah, and it made it.
But yeah, just one of those elements had to go wrong, and it would knacker it up because anything mechanical, they can't do anything about it. Software updates, patches, that sort of thing. Yes, you can do that remotely, but if it's a mechanical item, you've had it.
Yeah, right.
Yeah,
exactly.
So
if it hasn't moved, it ain't gonna move.
Yeah. So for it to get this far is quite something in itself, because like you said, the problems they've had with that heat shield before, that was one of the major delays because, they deployed it and it tore and it's like, oh, Christ, we've got to go back and do it again. We've got to find out why it's done that. I mean, that was a setback of several years, I think, wasn't it?
Oh yeah. They had plenty of years with that sun shield trying to get that to work properly.
Yeah.
Lots
But
of
it's,
years,
it's a hell of a bit of kit, and to get it all working, tested, and working, and then to launch it and find out that so far so good, everything still works. Everything worked as we planned. You know, you can model it and simulate it to your heart's content, but until you punt it up there and go on then, unfold.
But we're not going to know.
Close my eyes. Go on.
But we're not going to know definitely for 100% until data is transmitted back and all that.
Commissioning, I think the whole commissioning process, they said would take, including launch, was about 6 months. So you know, we're a month and a bit in.
So got 5 months to go. Yeah,
they've got 5 months of testing, commissioning, all the little tweaks they've got to do and make sure everything's working, and then it can start doing something, and then we'll get data back. So it's not going to be until the middle of the year before we see anything.
So it's only the only updates we can give is probably once a month or something. Then, because we're not going to follow it every week.
Yeah, it's a slow and protracted process because it's delicate, shall we say?
And we'll get an update of it from them, and then we'll pass it on.
Yeah.
Okay.
And also as well, everything needs to get to its optimum temperature as well. Obviously, the cold side needs to be very cold, and the hot side needs to be within certain parameters.
Yeah.
So it's got to operate within those temperatures. Otherwise, it ain't going to work.
Well, I think the cold side, the operating temperature is about 100 Kelvin, isn't it? Which is
it?
Which is bloody cold.
Yeah, slightly.
What are we at 200 and? Don't know what temperature is at the moment. It'll be 280 something Kelvin here. Because what's 0 degrees C is what? Is it 200 and?
I don't know what Kelvin is, to be honest with you. I'm not very good at Kelvin.
274, something like that. Okay.
273.
273. So 0 degrees Celsius is 273 Kelvin, and this is designed to work at 100 Kelvin. So that's minus 173 degrees. That's put another jumper on temperature. You know, as you look outside, and go, oh, it's cold out there.
That's colder than the point at which trees explode in Canada.
Yep.
So its orbit is 90 degrees to the ecliptic plane, orbital plane, or ecliptic plane.
Not quite. No,
not quite.
It's at an angle.
Yeah.
It's canted over it
slightly. Yeah, that's
45-degree angle sort of thing.
Yeah, that animation you're showing there is a little bit deceiving, but I mean you can see it is angled slightly if you look at it right different ways. But yeah, it's not quite 90 degrees. No.
And that's the way it's facing.
Apparently, it's actually below 50 Kelvin.
Oh, I thought 100 was the magic figure. Oh, whatever. But it's chuffing cold anyway, because obviously the colder the better. If it's gazing off in the distance looking for infrared, which is basically heat, then the last thing it wants is any heat interfering with that, including the heat from itself.
I think
another thing people don't realise is how big the orbit is around L2. It's a pretty sizable orbit. It's pretty big.
Yeah, we did go through the numbers before, didn't we?
Yeah. Did you?
I think
we're up to commissioning and testing, so we'll leave it for the next time for that. But it was back. It was somewhere back. I'll just scroll up to that now.
Was that there? Yeah, there.
I think
250,000 kilometers is its minimum orbit around L2. 250,000 to 800.
Wow, that is big. That's a big orbit.
That's massive.
It's 1.5 million for Mars. Okay.
So 250,000 kilometer orbit. Wow.
And what was the other bit you wanted to know?
Yeah, that's its closest approach to L2.
Okay.
Size of the orbit around L2.
Oh, yeah.
It's freaking huge.
If that animation was in that, what we got there, that'd be cool, but I don't know how I could do that.
Have you heard any flurfs saying, well, they're going to, aren't they, once you start working? Why can't you point it at the Earth so we can see everybody?
That's not that type.
Been saying about bubble forever.
That's not that type of camera.
No, exactly. But you're going to get
also the fact that if you pointed it at the Earth, it would overheat and shut down.
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay, so did you remember where we said we're up to?
Yeah, keep going. I think commissioning.
Yeah, they're
commissioning and
testing.
testing. Okay, remember that. Are you going to be around this week or next week, Mr. Space Matt?
Well, I hope so. I'm not planning on dying just yet.
That's good.
Well, I just wanted to pre-plan,
Yeah, I could be around next Wednesday. I'm sure. I'll make that date. Not a problem. Depending on appointments and things like that,
because you've told me before you're not good on one day compared to another day.
Yeah, exactly.
Past.
Yeah. So, yeah.
Like some of the
but
pieces,
this is
we got people here that are like furniture. They're here all the time. Part of the furniture or whatever it is they're saying.
I don't know what you mean.
I don't know what you mean. I got no idea.
Oh, I've just had a look on the NASA James Webb Space Telescope. The coolest temperature, the coolest part it's registering at the moment is minus 213 degrees Celsius. That's 60 Kelvin.
It's a bit chilly, that.
Yeah, and if you look at the corresponding temperature on the other side of the heat shield, the warmest temperature it's achieving is 55 degrees C.
Well, that's quite comfortable.
So that's the difference just between one side of the heat shield to the other. That's how effective the heat shield is.
Comfortable.
Comfortable. 328 Kelvin. That's just.
Well, it's a bit more comfortable than the other way, isn't it? Let's face it. Oh, dear.
As long as it's a dry heat. All right.
Right, exactly, yeah. As long as you get a bit of breeze.
It's no good in the jungle. Yeah, it's in its cool down, alignment, and calibration phase at the moment.
Okay.
So yeah, they can't until everything's at the normal working temperatures. They can't really do any adjustments, can they?
No.
It's like you retune your guitar, and 5 minutes later it's warmed up and everything's out of tune again.
Right.
A telescope. What? Stellarium?
I'd say put my teeth in straight, but these are actually mine, and for some reason they just don't seem to fit today. I don't know what it is.
That's the way it is.
And I'm not even drunk.
I thought you were training to speak gibberish. It's another language, isn't it?
Oh, I can do that.
You do that.
There's no problem with that.
Oh, is that gibberish? Is it?
I just talk fluff if you want.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Just fractal barotropic shoaling, obviously. Smushing.
Okay.
The band.
Have we got any alternatives to Lindsay yet, or anyone, or it's going to be Lindsay?
But you don't have to play Lindsay.
How can there possibly be an alternative to Lindsay?
No,
there is none. Surely.
They call me Shirley.
Yeah, I saw that film too.
Okay. Roger.
Huh?
Roger.
Over.
So you was under over and he was overdone. Huh?
Who's on
Yeah,
first?
you can look.
Who's on
Listen
first?
to Lemon trying to wiggle his way out of
yes.
the Pontchartrain Bridge yesterday on his show if you want to.
Yeah. Good.
Yeah. If you just want that as an alternative to Lindsay Peanuts, what do you say?
It's nothing. I want it.
Why Lindsay before the quiz? That just makes the quiz harder.
It's always yeah.
Shuts me brain down.
Okay.
It's always good to see a fluff wiggling and squabbling and
I think that might be
do.
a good little bit of dirt. We can do that as an alternative. Do I need help with the actual video and time stamping and everything?
I put it over in Fair Soap.
You've already put it over there.
Yeah, with a suggested timestamp.
You've already done that.
1:57:30 ish.
Play from
Something
there
like that.
about thing. Okay, so I'll grab that. And time.
I need some different coloured pens.
1:50:57. Definitely towards the end of the show, so to speak. Yeah, not quite, but
It doesn't last long.
yeah. That's okay. Right.
It was just kind of fun.
Yeah,
for a good time, not a long time.
57:30. I've got 56. 56, 57.
Anywhere right in there.
Yeah, I've got 56:21. I can't quite narrow it down. So it'll lead up to it. About that. You did a live thing the other day on your channel, Blue. I dropped in for a little while. You were doing a video or something.
There's about 3 hours. About 3 hours of Bev abuse that I doled out.
Yeah. Why is that?
Weren't you talking some bollocks?
Why does that look smaller for some reason?
I know he does that anyway, but
why is Jose's thing not big?
I don't know.
It's a rather personal question, isn't it?
That's Jose's thing.
Oh, no, I got it. I had it on the wrong thing.
Well, I'm glad that's cleared that up.
Farmer.
It's going to be one of those days. Folks, it's going to be one of those days.
Yes. I'm getting fed up of them, I'll tell you.
What are we waiting for?
Somebody to say the magic word. Play.
Terry.
Optics in perspective. Terry. You're not going to be able to see everything, even if it's level.
Yes,
over
Matt.
A flat plane. Eventually, stuff will just converge, merge, disappear, and you're not going to be able to tell what's going on. Not without a laser to double check what you're seeing.
That's not true. That's a great obfuscation, but it's. Go ahead, Blue.
I was just going to say that for some reason or the other, reflected light off an object and laser light behave totally differently, right, Lemon? That's what you're saying.
What?
If you say that the line of sight is going to converge, merge, and disappear, then the laser is going to converge, merge, and disappear too.
Light is different than regular perspective rules would dictate. We can see a candle for like longer than the candle would be if it was lit versus when it's unlit. Lit objects break these rules of perspective and allow you to see longer. That's why the laser is optical, because you can see it because it's a lit object, as opposed to stuff that is long ago converged, merged, and disappeared, like the candle for when it's lit versus when it's unlit.
You're just making up excuses, Lemon.
We already know that you can see a candle longer when it's lit than when it's unlit, Blue. I don't understand why you're not using logic to make necessary inferences to help us solve the problem. No. Are you blinded by this glow belief to the point where you can't make necessary?
I'll have to pause it for a minute. You know what the difference between lemon and an unlit candle is? The candle's still brighter.
Yes.
Necessary inferences.
The unlit candle is still bright.
Yeah.
Apparently.
Follow the logic to where it normally would lead.
Yeah, Blue? You want to use that one?
Yeah, I like that.
Okay.
No, you're apparently blinded by this flat Earth concept and the God done it complex to the point that you can't be reasonable about what you're saying. There is no straight standard to measure the laser by. How are you going to tell me that laser is straight? What are you going to use to prove that that's straight? How do you know
that the laser curves if you didn't establish a straight standard to see what the laser is curving against? This is why I can't go with this. This logic is just very
because light curves, Lemon. Because lasers put out light, and light curves. Light refracts.
Then how do you know what the shape of the Earth is? If you're getting a curved light ray from the Earth, it could be fooling you into thinking that the Earth is curved when it's actually a straight Earth that's being curved by curved light to make you think it's a curve when it's actually flat. This is terrible. You can't logic. It's awful.
You're thinking about it absolutely upside down, Lemon. Thinking about it totally upside down. The curvature of that laser light could fool you into thinking that the Earth is flat. It's actually just following the curvature of the Earth.
I mean, at that point, we're just begging the question and saying the Earth is curved, light curves with the Earth, but we really don't have a straight standard against which to measure the curvature of the Earth. Very questionable logic. I'm going to have to reject it on that grounds totally. I'm sorry.
Well, I reject everything you say on any grounds.
Well, the only person here that I can see who's changed their mind about the shape of the Earth is me. So I was willing to drop one belief and take on another, following the logic and the reasoning where it led, whether or not I'm flat-tarded, religion-tarded, or whatever. So the person who has shown flexibility in their thought, at the very least, appears to be me. Now, I could be wrong. I don't think I am, but I could be wrong. I'm just going to need to hear the logic and the evidence and go from there with my bias or whatever.
I'm perfectly willing to change my mind if I ever see any realistic evidence that says something to the contrary. But what I do have is I've got three-dimensional measurements made on Lake Pontchartrain Bridge that conclusively show the curvature of the Earth.
Lake Pontchartrain is just a nightmare. Yeah. I mean, it looks straight from the side. I mean, it looks like swamp gas.
I'm not talking about looking at it, London. I'm not talking about looking at it. I'm talking about actual GPS measurements, coordinates, XYZ, Earth-centered, Earth-fixed coordinates of that bridge every 30 meters. Those measurements in free space, and they form a curve.
The problem with that is the GPS appears to assume a geoid. It appears to assume the very thing that you're trying to prove.
No.
So that's a logic nightmare, because you can't just go with something that assumes what you're trying to prove. You need an arbiter, a third-party arbiter that is a neutral third-party ground to offer evidence and proof, like a laser. A laser going straight and true is much more neutral than the GS84 model, which is based off of the geoid curved Earth assumption, which basically is begging the question and assuming what you're trying to prove, as opposed to having some sort of neutral third ground to prove it in the first place.
Okay, now hold on a second, Lemon. You're assuming that you're making the wrong assumption. The raw GPS data does not have the geoid applied to it. It is an Earth-centered, Earth-fixed coordinate in free space. And those are the coordinates that are plotted that show the curvature. You can't use the stuff after you've applied geoid to it that assumes Earth curvature. I agree with you. Can't use that. That won't show you anything. But when you use those free points in space, it is clearly curved. It's got a 90-foot sagittal in the center of it for 26 miles or 24 miles.
I need to look into this, but I'm highly suspicious when you say Earth-centered, like the center of a ball, as in a ball.
No, it's a point. Listen, Lemon, it could be. Forget the Earth doesn't even have to be there. It's the point, the coordinate origin for the coordinate system. It's called Earth-centered, Earth-fixed because that's where it happens to sit. Forget about the Earth. It doesn't make any difference. It's just a coordinate system. That's all. The distances that you get are on the order of 6 or 7 or 8 million meters. And you get them at X, Y, Z, and that plots out to points in space, free and clear of any geoid or anything else.
So you have X, Y, Z coordinates relative to free space, but I mean, even when you say free space, that's suspicious to me, because you need to have something solid, like, to measure this against. Are you measuring against the surface? Are you measuring against the supposed center of the ball?
What's free space mean, Lemon?
No, it's measured to the origin of a coordinate system. Can you not understand that? It's fairly simple.
And where is it located? Where's its center? Missing in what you're talking about. I don't see the center here. Is it where you're standing on the surface? Is it the center of the ball?
Where is it centered? It's around, 6,500 kilometers away from that bridge. That's where it's centered.
Are you talking about the center of the Earth?
No, it doesn't matter about the Earth. Earth doesn't have anything to do with it. It has an origin. It's a coordinate system. It has an origin. That origin happens to be about 6,400 kilometers away from the bridge.
Where is that?
6,400 miles or kilometers away from the bridge, Lemon.
Let's make sure that we're communicating with each other very quickly, very clearly. 6,400 kilometers. Do you mean 6,400 kilometers to the center of the Earth?
Yeah, toward the center of the Earth. Yeah, that's where it is.
That assumes a ball. The only way you can have a center like that is
Lemon,
like
it does not assume a ball, Lemon. That's bullshit. You're just trying to wheel your way out of it. It does not assume a ball. It's just a point to put the origin of a coordinate system, and that's where it is.
So 6,400 kilometers to the center of what appears to be a ball assumes what must first be proven. And based off of begging the question in that specious logic, we're going to need a third-party neutral arbiter between the two things that we're trying to prove that's a bit more neutral, like a laser going straight and true over the surface. That is all.
We're just going to need to recognize and understand that those measurements are in a free space coordinate system. They happen, the origin of which happens to be Earth-centered and Earth-fixed. That's all. It means that things on that we're not moving with respect to it. It's not rotating. It's rotating with us.
Well, we have to be clear about what we're talking about with this stuff. Basically, you're talking about a coordinate system in free space. I mean, I don't know if I could go with visual space being anything that you could base a coordinate system off of, because when we're looking out through visual space, Mr. Blue, everything is converging, merging, and disappearing. Even the unit of visual space that you're looking through, even if you're looking out through a 1 foot by 1 foot by 1 foot unit of air, visual space, that appears to be converging, merging, and disappearing, just like a 1 foot by 1 foot by 1 foot object.
Drop all the converging, merging, disappearing
off anything visual unless you have discrete parts of vision that don't disappear like that, that are around for the whole part of the counting process. It's impossible.
There's nothing visual about this, Lemon. Drop all that visual, converging, merging, disappearing nonsense. There's nothing visual about it. Put your little finger up out in front of your face somewhere, hold it still, and that can be the center of a coordinate system, Lemon. It doesn't make any difference what's under it or around it, or how far it is away from anything else. You could call that the center of the coordinate system, and you could measure the distance to every object in the universe from that point in X, Y, Z Cartesian coordinates. That's what GPS does.
As far as I can tell, though, I mean, if you're trying to base a coordinate system off of something that you can't see ultimately, that's going to converge, merge, and disappear, it does kind of seem like the math is going to be a little warped and maybe even curved. Maybe the curvature that, quote unquote, what we're seeing is from weird optics, where optics are basically converging, merging, and disappearing, and making the units disappear, making the units go all over the place without the need for any hump of Earth curve.
Is this just another example of Lemon just being mathematically illiterate and not knowing about coordinate systems?
Pretty much.
Mm-hmm. No, I think he actually gets it. I just think he's just making excuses because it just doesn't fit his narrative. He's got to defend his narrative.
He's deflecting for all he's worth.
Yeah, he's just making excuses.
At the moment, it's just sheer desperation on his part.
Yeah.
He's trapped and he knows it.
I give some credit to Lemon. I think he's a little bit more intelligent than people think, but he's not as intelligent as he thinks he is, if that makes sense. Do you understand what I'm talking about? So he's intelligent enough to understand what Blue's talking about. I'm rubbish at coordinate systems and all the rest of it, X, Y, Z axis and all the rest of it. Sometimes I don't get it, but I get what Blue's talking about. Now, I would consider probably Lemon to be slightly more intelligent than I am, right? So, he's defending a narrative. He's just making excuses. That's all he's doing. I'm absolutely certain of that.
He is absolutely desperate right now to get away from this. And he will get away from it in a minute. He's going to rage quit.
Yep. Oh, spoiler alert.
Oh, Blue, you spoiled it for us.
I'm sorry.
Well, we're going to play it then.
Delay.
Lemon, nothing about this. We're not talking about light here. We're not talking about looking at something. Nothing converges, merges, or disappears. Those coordinates have nothing to do whether that point in space exists, whether the Earth is centered over it or not. Makes
Well,
no
even
damn
with that,
difference.
Mr. Blue, we have a problem because a point doesn't exist by Euclid's definition of a point in his elements or whatever. A point is defined as that which has no parts. Do we have anything like that in reality that has no points, that parts? That's a perfect little point that's idealized.
Are you going to?
We really don't have that. So we're talking about a lot of metaphysics here and a lot of kind of weird logic that can be a little problematic.
Are you going to seriously, with a straight face, try to tell me that a Cartesian coordinate system cannot exist because of Euclid? Really?
As long as we specify that we've been to this Earth center that we're basing our math off of. Has anybody been to this center? Can anybody say, here it is, 6,500 kilometers away, here it is, we're going to put a sign here, we're 6,500 miles away from the center of the Earth. Has anybody done that? No. Then you're just using metaphysics and saying this is where we think the center would be if it's a ball. At that point, if you're going to beg the question like that, I'm going to beg the flat plane. I'm going to beg the question for a flat plane.
Why does all navigation? Then why does all navigation work?
I think maybe what you ought to do,
There's a lot
is go
of
away and
systems
take a
that can work,
geometry
sir.
class.
A lot of systems that can work. Even with
Hold on, Lemon. 1 second. I'm sorry. Somebody caught in front of Blue, and Blue is trying to wrap up his point.
I think, Lemon, you don't understand enough about geometry, or any of this to be even talking about it. So when you learn a little bit more, we can have this discussion.
If you're going to go personal, I would rather not prioritize your response. I haven't gone personal. Said
who was personal?
Well, what's being personal about that knowledge of knowing something? That's not personal.
There was no personal tax whatsoever.
Lou said the word you, so that was an excuse for him to then claim that it was a personal attack.
Right.
Yeah. Right.
Okay.
Right.
You don't know what the hell you're talking about. You're dumb. You're stupid. Shut up. I didn't say anything like that to you. So I'd like to put you at the bottom of the queue and prioritize a new question from somebody else who isn't going ad hom against me, if you don't mind. Now, as to your other comments, why does navigation work? There's a lot of different models that are functional to explain what's going on. The globe isn't the only necessary thing that we need. Just because navigation works is a fallacy, a logical fallacy, a logical step in thinking to say that navigation works, therefore the thing that we think it's based off of, the globe, works. Maybe it's based off of something else, and we're appealing to the globe because of bad, questionable logic, question begging, and things that aren't necessary.
Even though it
seem to be cornered here.
And you think the laser is more accurate than GPS?
It appears to be a straight standard that travels straight and true.
It doesn't go straight. It doesn't do that. So you don't have any standard to go by.
It goes straight enough and true enough for us to render a pretty competent verdict.
By changing what the rules are.
I would disagree with that statement because a laser does diffract. And that's well known. I mean, you can look up any laser and it's going to tell you that it diffracts. So that saying that it goes straight and true is a false statement.
Does it diffract at 8 inches per mile squared? You're probably not going to answer that because that leads to logic that you don't want to accept, that the Earth is probably flat.
Oh, I believe.
But obviously,
we had this conversation previously.
You know full well it doesn't diffract at 8 inches per mile squared, so that's irrelevant. It is a straight enough.
No,
you're right.
You're trying to measure something optically against something geometric.
Issue right there. I'm sorry, but that's your issue right there. Is that you need it to diffract at 8 inches per mile. That's what you need, but it doesn't have to. All it has to do is diffract a little bit, and suddenly your measurements are off.
Gone quiet.
I think Lemon's confusing refraction and diffraction because that's not how diffraction works. You can't say that diffraction works at 8 inches per mile squared.
Well, it's
a lot of fluffs say that though.
Hello?
Yeah, they
We are here.
Oh, okay. I just wanted to make sure I didn't drop off or something.
Is Lemon gone? Has he?
So Lemon, are you still there?
Yeah, I think at the moment he flounced off.
No.
No? Oh, okay.
He done gone.
For coming.
Gone.
Looks like a farmer there, doesn't it?
He was building up.
Yeah, I could hear it. Sounded just like me.
Yeah, it does. Got the same voice as you.
Yeah, Farmer's Boy. Who the X that?
I don't know.
Oh, he's a dodgy character. I wouldn't have anything to do with him.
I don't know.
I mean, look at that mask he's wearing. God damn.
Yeah.
Well, if Lemon's gone, that's it then, Blue then. No one else turned up for the Jose show. That was it, was it?
Trying to think what else happened actually.
It was only Lemon that turned up.
Well, it's only yesterday. I've forgotten already.
Yeah. Oh.
It all merges into one.
That's the problem. They do all just sort of.
So how can you have a coordinate system that you can't touch and see? I don't know. No,
I think Lemon likes me anymore.
You don't think so?
No.
Well, because you insulted him.
Did you touch him in a bad place?
I mean, the worst thing that Blue said to him was that you don't understand, but apparently that's an insult.
That was it.
There's lots of things that I don't understand. I'm not insulted by it. It's fine.
It's amazing how few people really understand what an ADHOM actually is.
And I've actually heard, in that Discord, people calling Lemon all kinds of different names, and he's said, you can call me whatever you like, but as soon as Blue says you don't understand, apparently he's insulted.
Yeah.
That's his get out of jail card. He was that gave him an excuse to leave because he felt insulted by Blue saying he didn't understand something.
Well, I reckon I'm the dumbest person. I know I'm the dumbest person on the panel at the moment, and probably even from out in the Pinot Gallery. But I don't get insulted by it or let it get to me.
Only until we start talking cars.
Well, I don't know a lot. Well, actually, I'm not an expert in cars either. I know
it's all you see. I think the ability, intelligence, I would measure it as kind of your ability to reason and logic, and your ability to understand something. I don't think it's necessary, and also partly to do with how much you actually know. And you're only going to know stuff that you know about because you've been told or you've been taught. You understand what I mean?
You've been interested.
Yeah.
Well, I'd like to think that I've learnt a little bit over the last couple of years doing this, being on YouTube and learning stuff with these guys. I'd like to think I've learnt something.
Yeah.
But don't forget, humans, as we are human beings, we tend to learn about things better that we're interested in. If we're not really interested in it, then we're not really going to absorb the information.
I find it very interesting about all the science behind the Earth, the planets orbiting, and all that sort of stuff.
Some of it I find interesting, some of it I don't. I don't understand GPS coordinate system very well. To be honest with you, it doesn't interest me. That's why I don't really know much about it, because I'm just not interested in it. But if I was interested in something, I would go out and I'd want to learn about it.
Well, I think the thing we can take away from that discussion is exactly how powerful that argument is, exactly how definitive that observation was.
Right.
They don't really have an answer for that, and we've not done a good job. I don't think we've done a good job at all publicizing the work that Jesse Kozlowski and Soundly did down there. That takes. I mean, that takes all of the variables out of the question completely. You can't say GPS doesn't work. We know it works. We know it will always, every day, all the time, show you exactly where each end of that damn bridge is and what elevation it's at. We know it does.
Is the other side of the argument
and all points along it?
Is the other side of the argument, the GPS argument, is that GPS means that they'd have to agree that there's something up there in space?
Wherever it is, what we know is that it's we know what the raw data looks like. Okay, so we know where that origin point has to be. There's no question about that.
I'm going to argue with you, Blue.
Okay. I thought you would.
So when you say raw data, can you point to me a source that allows me to intercept an 23 megahertz signal from a US GPS satellite and actually view the raw structure of that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go on, man.
What, do you want it now?
That's what I could do.
You want it right now?
That's what I could do.
Yeah, right now, if you can.
And that's well, you want me to do right this? Okay.
Right.
So now we got flurry in the house.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll do it for you.
No.
In a video.
There's a caveat. There's a caveat here. You cannot use either a surf chip or any other GPS decoding hardware. You cannot do that because what you're simply doing then is reading the outputs from the pins of that chip. You are not reading the raw data from the signal.
Oh, now you're making it harder.
Now, don't get me wrong. I can go out to, I don't know, you don't have Radio Shack now. I don't know what you have instead of Radio Shack, but whatever that is, I can go out and find a directional receiver and I can buy a GPS decoder and I can pipe the radio signal through the receiver down into the board and then through the chip and read the raw message, or I call it raw, but the structured NE whatever message out the other side. I can absolutely do that, but that to me is not the raw message.
I've had that argument with somebody regarding the raw telemetry data from the Apollo missions, right? And my response to it was, well, okay, if we gave you that raw machine data as it is before it was decoded, what would it mean to you?
Nothing.
And it wouldn't mean much to anybody, would it? Because you don't know what it is. You don't know what it means or what it's saying.
Yeah, but we know that it's transmission. We know that it's analog. We know that there's peaks and troughs in the frequency used, and we know what they can represent. Therefore, if you can reconstruct the message to know that it came from up there and it said this and had this timestamp, that is the message came from up there and had the correct timestamp. Whereas the argument is the following: you only read it once it's gone through electronics.
Well, yeah, it's the only way you can with radio, or with those wavelengths of electromagnetic spectrum, because hey, we don't actually have sensory organs in our body that are sensitive to those wavelengths of electromagnetic radiation.
You missed the point, Alan. The point was the following: it is a GPS decoder chip that is required, a analog to digital chip that is not GPS specific. You could use, and that would be sufficient. But in order for you to do that, you would need to read, obviously, the radio signal and then pipe it through and know the structure, but there's no information on how you would do that. It's all proprietary inside the manufacturer of the GPS decoding chip.
But it's not.
The message structure isn't. The decoding of it is, or find me information that says otherwise.
Doors saying software
available open source.
Doors saying software denied radio. Get such a USB stick, mostly DVB-T receivers, and get the raw signals. No GPS chip needed.
Sorry, say that again, Tara.
Or Doors saying software denied radio. Get such as a USB stick, mostly DVB-T receivers, and get the raw signals. Not GPS chips needed. That's what Doris.
I think Dora might have meant software-defined radio.
Defined radio.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, let me just piggyback on what Stingray was saying and try and rephrase.
One of those.
There are signals that we can receive, and we can receive the raw analog of the radio signal. We can, in principle, decode that into a message format, but to do so without, and I don't think anybody really does this, is to pull the analog signal into a digital format and decode that. In addition to that, in order to know, in order to be able to plot your position in space, one of them. in order to be able to plot your position in space using that GPS data, you need to also know the orbital characteristics of the sender, don't you?
So in a GPS signal, the NEMEA message, you get the satellite ident, which you then look up the orbital information for, which gives you the altitude. It also sends its time. Now, the only thing that's really important there, the others are obviously assumed. You assume it's at that height by looking it up. But it's the time that helps you with figuring that out, obviously, because once you have, many of these things to synchronize time off, you can then work out your location. But the argument is as follows. In order to get that time, it is decoded, like you say, from an analog to digital decoding, but decoded into a structure that is read out one side of a predominantly single manufactured decoding chip, or with the designs to it. So it would be fine for them if you could read the actual signal, do A to D on that, and then actually try it in a structure of the NMEA message without using the actual decoder chip that gives you the time. Before that decoder chip, you don't have the time. After it, you do. You don't know what's going on inside it, and that's the argument. It can actually be invalidated in another way, but this is their argument. Or my argument, because I'm Fluff Dean.
Well, you're fluffery today, but
yeah.
Can I put my fluff hat on for a moment?
Because we have an IC that can do all of that, does not mean that we can't do exactly the same thing with discrete components. I promise you, give me enough time, and I'll do it.
Dora's calling you out.
Yes, sir. Where are we?
You can absolutely build your own decoder. It's quite handy. I mean, you're not going to do that and stick it inside a telephone. You're going to end up with a lot of electronics laying around.
Yeah, but the problem is with that, Blue, then is that okay, you're going to then have to trust the components that you put into that decoder, right?
No,
are you telling me? Don't try to tell me the manufacturer of a silicon diode somehow or the other has programmed the shape of the fucking Earth in it. That didn't happen.
But you see where I'm coming from. I'm not suggesting that, but that's the argument that Flurf should have. Wait, hold on. Let me finish this point. If they can't trust the components in the decoder that's produced by whoever it is that's got the satellite upstairs, or NASA, or which is what their argument going to be, how can they trust any component? Do you see where I'm coming from?
Well, then you throw radio out. It's done.
Right. Exactly. Hence my argument is when I said to them before is that, right, if we gave you the raw data from the Apollo missions before it was decoded, what would it mean to you? And I got silence, and it meant nothing to them. They wouldn't be able to interpret it, not without decoding it. It's absolutely pointless.
But here's the thing: if you follow, so the argument that completely invalidates this is on the following premises. You can point a radio directional receiver at this sky and see that something is there. It is transmitting, and it's moving at a ground speed of about in between 10 to 14,000 kilometers per hour, or something like that. I don't know whether that's actually tangential speed or ground speed. I think it's ground speed, yeah, because they circle twice in a day. You see them twice in a day.
You could do that if you had the ability to do that, but the average Flurf is not going to be able to do that.
Right. So, well, you can. You could actually just know that the signal's there and track.
Yeah, you could do if you were smart enough and knew how to do that. Yeah, absolutely.
And you can even with a very simple SDR, you can even measure the Doppler shift as it goes from coming over the horizon towards you to going over the horizon away from you.
Yeah, although I think that might be that. Well, it's because they're at 22,000 kilometers high. You would be able to see it. But here's the thing. So now, in order for this following statement to be true, there's a few things that have to happen. The following statement is, okay, so there's a signal. Okay, so it comes down to a chip, and a chip gives me time and orbital information for me to be able to determine altitude, thus position. Okay, brilliant. So it's transmitted time and it's given me the altitude. I can work out its position and I can work out the delay to myself by synchronizing it with a number of other satellites to actually work out my location. Now, because at one side, it can mutate that time. One of the arguments is scale. Well, it could just be, things could be a lot closer. And they could just be making them seem far away to make it look like we're in a sphere. The problem with that is these following statements need to be true in order for that to happen. That signal is individual for every single person on Earth, and you already know where they are. And that's actually true. In order for it to be faked, in order for you to receive it from a direction that you know where it is, that signal cannot get to anybody else that's somewhere else with that information. It cannot. It would need to be different information. And that information would have to be mutated to represent where that individual is. So the whole argument comes crashing down at that point. So you can do it actually without even reading the packet raw.
Right, yeah.
Can I put my Flurf hat on for a second?
Do it.
Given that you've apparently tracked a satellite, you've received an analog signal, you've decoded it using open source code that you can examine yourself, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. What you end up with is a station ID and a timestamp, essentially, yeah?
Yep.
How do we turn that into a coordinate?
Because that orbital ID has, obviously it's a normalized value of that orbit, and you have an altitude. So the time over the 23 hours, 50 odd minutes and stuff, that gives you a position around in your coordinate system with a few ARC-10.
And here's the Flurf objection that knocks it all out. And this is a stupid objection because we all know GPS works. Saying that it orbits is assuming a sphere.
I don't even need to say that it orbits. You can run all
except
of that.
You have to have the orbital characteristics of the satellite, the sending station, in order to use it as a calculation for your position.
Yeah. So one of the things.
The word orbit is in there regardless of whether you use it or not.
No, absolutely, get you. So one of the issues with that is the same argument people like Bev have. They are ill-equipped to deal with the following argument. I'm not looking for absolutes or presuppositions. I'm looking for testing survey data with variance. With that survey data, I make predictions and measure them against reality. Logically, I can infer that without saying it needs to be on an orbit, because what I can do is assume that it also isn't and figure out how that would work. Just like I can say, I'm going to test a planet, I'm going to test flat. I make no assumptions of either. I'm just measuring against reality and probability of what is true and what can work. So the thing is, on a straight line path, I mean, I'm actually putting together a 3D graphic, which I'll give out to people, which is a proper altitude of 3 orbital satellites in the GPS network for to show how timing dictates where you are. But I'm also going to put those very verifiable traces in the sky, let's say, those traces in the sky on a flat Earth map. You can imagine how they'll look.
Oh yeah, I can, absolutely. And there's no way that it can be represented accurately on a flat Earth map. Now, look at this from the perspective of a flat earther who may not even believe that space is real. And you have an insurmountable challenge. Not only are they not going to understand what you're saying, they're going to reject it outright because you're talking about things that can't possibly exist.
Yeah, I mean, the existence of something...
We're not ever going to convert that kind of stupid to viewing reality as it is.
So the thing is, saying something can't exist is a definitive knowledge claim.
Yep. They do it all of the time.
Yeah, I know. But the point is, let's take that away. Let's say there's a possibility that it doesn't exist, and there's a possibility that it does. Now let's follow the logical paths of testing each scenario to figure out which one is more probable. Let's not start with these can't exist because. Let's say, is there something up there giving us?
So that's again, speaking as a flat earther, I can tell you that it is only possible that it happens on a flat Earth because that's what's real. It's not possible that it happens on a round Earth because the round Earth doesn't exist, satellites don't exist, space doesn't exist. So there you go. I've already eliminated your possibilities.
Then, yeah, I mean, the space doesn't exist.
And that's the problem.
Well, no, not really. I mean, space does exist. I'm pretty sure we're talking to each other and there is space between us.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. But outer space, where satellites are supposedly, that doesn't exist because there's a dome.
The dome could be really high. In fact, believe it or not.
But you're still talking about things that are orbiting above us, and orbits require a ball, so you're assuming a ball, and B, we can't look at the sky to determine the shape of the Earth.
I'm not assuming a ball. I could orbit around a disk.
But you see the points that I'm making, right?
Yeah, but okay then, Monk. Can you explain to me why electromagnetic radiation doesn't bounce off the dome?
Because it's transparent. When it needs to be.
But does bounce off the moon, the sun, Venus, Mars, and Jupiter, all of which I believe have been measured.
But you're just assuming that, Alan. You're just assuming that it's bouncing off the moon just because it happens to come back from that general area. What if it's bouncing off something that isn't the moon?
Well,
how do you prove that it's the moon?
What is it bouncing off when we point it at?
Something beyond the dome.
At the moon, we get a reflection. When we don't point it at the moon, we don't get a reflection. When we point it at Venus, when we point it at all these other objects, we get returns at times that are.
But Alan, we know that the sun and the moon are only 3,000 miles above us inside the dome. So therefore, if you're getting a bounce that's more than 3,000 miles away, it can't be the moon. This is the problem with arguing with people who have certainty rather than logic.
Yeah, but you in order to do that, you can point out the fallacious nature of describing something by what it isn't. You are not an elephant. You are not infinite.
If you could convince a flat earther to follow logic, they wouldn't be a flat earther, would they?
Yeah, that's probably true.
Going back to what you said, Stingray, just a moment ago, keeping your Flurf hat on.
Oh shit! Wait a minute. Go rev up.
He was just anti-Flurf there to go against me. Come on.
Yeah, it's all right. Keeping it. I'm just interested how he'd answer this as a flat earther.
Yeah.
You said it could orbit around a disk. How? How could you orbit around a disk?
Well, which way around the disk? Because it would require different.
Okay. So let's assume then
generators. I'd have to calculate the required graduation of the positron generator and the forces required based on the different orbital paths that you would want me to take.
Right. Okay.
Can we at least use a scientific term? Let's call them anti-gravitons.
No, positrons are not anti-gravitons. Positrons are actually a fundamental force particle. So yeah.
Positrons.
Oh,
can you prove the existence? Can you prove the existence of positrons, please?
Only with inference, just like you did with the force of gravity.
So it's assumed.
It is no different to the force of gravity.
Okay.
So
just as soon as you prove gravity to
No. It's no. Hear me out, because you probably haven't heard my positron argument before, which I'm still really disappointed that no flat earthers
still developing.
No, I'm really disappointed no flat earthers adopted this, because unlike fucking density shit, this actually works. So we've got a fabric of space-time Einstein has this under what he came up with. Now, taking that further, imagine a fundamental force particle that is recursive and only stops by hitting matter, that is emitted omnidirectionally from every single space that exists around us. And that's what we actually call the fabric of space-time. But it's actually a fundamental force particle that's emitted everywhere. It creates time and it creates space. However, you can actually affect this and it is a volume-based effect, much like your supposed gravity, because what you can do is you can put a mass in the path of it, and it can take energy away from that force particle, which now means if I put two masses opposing each other with a little bit of distance, they are both shading each other from the forces omnidirectionally present at the opposing sides. This will manifest in an apparent attraction at the same rate, what you call gravity. Meh.
Mic drop. Well, on that note, we might leave it there, Dean. this conversation could end up going anywhere.
It works if you only use low-powered physics. Once you start getting into more esoteric physics, it ceases to work, which is why they rejected that. This is just LeMay's theory of gravity.
Lesage.
Lesage, yeah. It's theory of gravity rebranded, isn't it?
Rebranded with a bit of a twist, but yes.
Yeah.
And that was actually invalidated with thermodynamics. The same way that you could invalidate gravity today, saying that gravity is a force acting on atomic mass. It's exactly the same reason that can't be true, is the same reason you can't have a force transfer from a particle being true onto an atomic mass. It's heat, basically.
Dean,
it's because gravity is not actually a force.
Blue wants to retract his vote from earlier.
I think I'm on the verge of getting kicked out and all.
Are we ready for Paul's time now?
Oh, is it quiz time?
Do you want the quiz?
Yeah, let's have the quiz. Let's have the quiz.
We need to clean our brain from all that.
Give me a minute to make a cuppa.
You want to make a cuppa first, guys?
I think I kind of enjoy these or listen to these conversations with Stingray. You know, him playing the Flurf, because he would actually be the most intelligent flat earther on the planet, quite honestly. So it just goes to show what levels you can actually go to if you really actually do use your brain. But then even then, the explanation given absolutely makes no sense whatsoever. It proves something, That's why.
I want Dean to go full flat earth retard, so to speak, for these flurfers that are out
there. So are we ready for the quiz, or do people need?
Oh, they're making copies, I think. I don't know what Farmers is doing.
What am I doing?
I don't know. What are you doing?
I'm just making a note in my diary or something.
Okay.
Because I've been working.
More notes? Okay.
I was actually trying to make a point, but I forgot what it was now.
Heidi, when that happens. Particularly if it's like a really good one, you think, I'm going to say this because this is really good, and then you forget. Oh, fuck!
Blue,
excuse my
Blue, just be careful. Don't speak logically too much when Dean's around.
Did we manage to buff you with bullshit?
Oh, we went to full frontal stupidity in a heartbeat.
It's a talent. It's not a very useful talent, but it's a talent.
Did we answer here? Well, do we doing it straight to you, Paul, the answers, or just to everyone?
Yep.
Yes, you can message.
You change it to everyone. Change it from everyone to just Hans Austin.
Oh, hello, my assistant is here.
Or you can tag TOP.
So that Terry can answer all the questions correctly.
That's it.
Or just as incorrectly as the rest of us.
Yeah.
Well, I'll go and make my quick cuppa while we're talking about this.
No, I ain't ready for another cuppa yet. I've had several this morning already.
That's the joys of true caffeine addictions. You don't get the buzz anymore. You don't have as much coffee as you like.
Caffeine, it does nothing for me.
Just a quick question then to clear your minds a bit and get it ready for the hard quiz. We'll start with an easy question. This is not part of the actual quiz. So if I have a cube of metal sitting on a table and I heat it up, will the pressure underneath, the pressure that the cube exerts on the table, change?
Pressure on the table?
Yeah.
I wouldn't have thought so.
No, I don't see why it would.
I would say yes, but to such a well, if you could measure it, yes.
Yeah.
Why? Because if you imagine if you took it down to a single layer that has a uniform fixed force on it, and those the energy stored there was cold, and then you heated it up, but you had that same pressure on it, I would expect that there would be an increase, even though you've got still the same pressure pushing down. You've got more energy in that layer, so thus you would have more pressure. But that's just me thinking out loud.
I've got a guess. I've got a guess.
By the random motion
There's a much
of the
simpler way to
molecules.
Can I have a guess?
Yep. Go, Terry.
I'm thinking if matter expands under heat, like metal, it would, as it's expanding, it would be creating pressure against its underside, against the table.
Oh, hey, Paul. Paul, is this a mass equivalence question?
No, not really.
Okay.
So you don't need to use general relativity or anything like that for this.
Okay.
No.
Paul,
No.
as it expands,
Yeah.
as it expands, it's going to expand in all directions. So surely the contact area will increase, and therefore the pressure will decrease because the mass will remain constant.
You got it, Alan. All right. So pressure is, of course, force per unit area. Okay.
Bollocks.
The downward
Well
force
done,
is
Alan.
not going to change because heating it up doesn't change its mass. However, it now exerts that same downwards force over a larger area because it has expanded a little bit. So the pressure must be lower.
But
Does that sound simple enough?
Can I just justify? Just think of this as a thought experiment, just really quickly. Imagine I have a 1 centimeter by 10 centimeter, 10 centimeter slab of air. And let's say the overall pressure, I was meaning, the accumulated force downwards. If you heat that up, and you have the same, you've got movement in there, and you've got movement upwards, and you've got movement downwards. The container just happens to be, let's say the molecular bonds between it. But surely that just heating that surface means that there is more movement there, which would create more downward force, or is that just wrong?
That's just wrong. Now, there's
Wrong.
another mechanism. There's another mechanism that would reduce the pressure as well, because if the
that's
metal
buoyancy.
expands, yeah, exactly. All right. If the metal expands, it's less dense and it displaces a higher volume of air, meaning that the buoyant force is greater too. So
Correct.
that would contribute, but that would even be less of a contribution.
So you
than
just
the
said the
actual
same thing as I said,
density
Dean, and we're
area.
both wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah, we don't know of anything that doesn't expand with temperature, and its volume will increase. Its mass will not, but its volume will.
Okay.
And it will displace slightly more atmosphere, and
Yep.
it will therefore have a little bit more buoyant force.
Yeah, the
That would
dome
be
doesn't
tough to
increase
measure.
with temperature.
And Paul did specify that this was a metal and it was solid. So
yeah.
So what happens to a gas that's not
gas are
analogous?
irrelevant.
We're got a message out there for you, Dean, from Fred.
Where's that?
In the live chat.
Oh, nice.
Okay. All right. So we'll start the quiz then. Now, bear in mind that given my normal introduction to the quizzes, I want you to think, should these precess due to Coriolis force? or not?
Oh,
All right.
use
Oh,
big
good
words.
Lord.
Process. Is process a movement or a vector or
My
a
word.
direction?
Oh, hello.
Should those precess? I don't know.
I don't think they should. I think they should just say just exactly as they are.
Do you know, that's not the first thing that sprung to mind.
But I think that we need to do some in-depth, hands-on experimentation to find out.
Most definitely, yeah.
When someone presents this, how do I stop it going full screen so that my girlfriend doesn't smack me on the back?
Always.
They're working away coding. I've got two monitors, and then suddenly one monitor turns into jingling tip.
Yes, it always does that. And then you come back out of full screen again. Yeah.
A double.
No, you don't understand, dear. It wasn't my choice.
And if you had your if you had your speakers on, I'd yell out a name and go, "Quick, come!"
It says the hard quiz, but I don't know. It's got potential to be hard, definitely. I'm sorry.
It's getting harder the longer I stare at it.
The idea, Space. The idea, M2M, is that I give you a handicap by draining the blood from your head. So
yeah, exactly what you just done there.
Yeah. All right, let's get into it then. All right. So, question 1: the major mass deficit in this region may be explained by the outward transport of bodies it contains, as posited in the Nice model. What region is this we're talking about?
Well, we know Space Matt's going to get this straight away from the first question.
Am I?
Yeah.
Space
You're
Man's
joking, right?
Orbs.
Yeah.
Big squishy ones.
It's not hell.
Just remember to type in the correct box now for the
Yes.
answers and not type in the.
Okay, another clue coming up. This region's bimodal inclination distribution distinguishes dynamically cold and hot populations. What is this region? Where is it? No. The clues do get easier as we go. Okay. This region contains objects which display a 2-3 resonance, then a 1-2 resonance, and then a namesake cliff. Where is this region? What is it?
Give us your answer.
It's got something to do with that Stingray, but orbits of what?
Monk, give me the answer. I'll see if it's right.
Yeah. Not our solar system.
Something to do with the solar system, though,
Yeah,
right?
it is, yes. David Levitt and Jane Liu discovered the first body in this region, Albion, whose provisional name inspired the term cubanos for non-resonant objects in this region. What is this region? Not the rings of Saturn, no. I need a more specific answer than the asteroid belt. That is correct, Alan Evans. Well done. Not the Oort cloud. In 2019, a body in this region named Ultima Thule was examined in a flyby by NASA's New Horizons. Where was it?
Is my answer wrong, Paul?
Yes.
Okay.
It's not the Oort cloud.
I'm giving you an answer. I think it's the right answer, but I'm not sure.
Where are we?
I've got no idea what that region's called.
Alan's got it right.
What about you, Squeak? Do you know?
Some objects in this region have extremely eccentric orbits that may be caused by a ninth planet, which is also in this region. That includes Pluto.
I've consulted my teammate, and all she's done is show me her tummy.
Oh,
West
okay.
Bromwich.
That's not very helpful.
Not outer space. No. Okay.
West Bromwich.
Right, Paul.
No.
Nice one, Colon.
Yeah. Name this ring of icy bodies beyond Neptune. Misspelt Jazza, but you've got the correct answer. Right. So Jez has got the correct answer, even though he didn't spell it right.
Yeah.
And Alan got the right answer, the Kuiper Belt.
Oh, the Kuiper Belt. Outside of
yeah.
Neptune's,
That's
was
what I answered. You said I was wrong.
There's a Kuiper Belt?
Where did you answer that?
Did I answer it to the wrong person?
You did too, Monk. You did too. Congratulations. Yes, I did not see that. Well done.
I'll have to learn about this one.
Well protested.
Yeah. This Kuiper Belt thing.
So the answer was the Kuiper Belt.
Okay.
Must be a really big pair of trousers.
Yeah, I was going to say the whole pants up.
It's almost as big as mine. I'm just saying.
Hey, can I just say, Jezza, don't worry. Spelling is allowed for here.
Yeah. Spelling's not mandatory. Right. Thomas Welcome Royce, who made his fortune in this industry, shot his own hand off developing technology for use in it.
Oops.
Yeah. What was the industry? What industry is this?
Well, the word shot, should you give it a clue?
No, it's not hard rock mining, Alan. No, it's not fireworks. It's not prosthetics. Yeah. Riches from this industry. Riches from this industry created the inheritance for the Gilded Age financier known as the Witch of Wall Street, Hetty Green. What is this industry? No. Okay. Freed slave Lewis Temple invented a toggle that became popular in this industry. Not the oil industry, no, not gold mining, not fortune telling. Svein Void modernised this industry by introducing grenade technology to it in 1870.
Oh, this is sounding familiar.
You're on the right track, Stingray. What is the industry that they use those things in? That is correct, Stingray. Well done.
I've never heard any of these people.
This industry provided most of the vehicles which were filled with stones and sunk to blockade South Carolina ports during the Civil War.
Oh, that sounds a bit more like it.
Yeah, I think it's this.
I think it's that.
That is correct, Matt.
Okay.
That is correct, Farmer's Boy.
Yeah, we got it.
That is not correct, Alan. Not quarrying. Not mortars, not explosives. So just wait for the peanuts. They might get it now, seeing as they've got a bit of a delay. Not the defence industry, no. Okay. Despite predictions that it would be replaced, this industry grew even after the 1859 discovery of petroleum in Titusville.
Isn't that pronounced Titusville?
Titusville. I mean, what?
Yeah. Massachusetts ports like New Bedford were centres of this industry, not submarines.
Yeah, Paul,
and finally,
yeah,
Peter G has it with whaling was the correct answer.
Paul, say that first word again in that last sentence you just read.
Massachusetts.
Oh, right, yeah. Just the way you kind of like the way you said it was.
He's borrowed my teeth. That's what it is.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Known this industry that harvested its namesake's animals' blubber, it was of course whaling.
Call me Ishmael.
Yeah.
No,
seriously, call me.
Call me Ishmael. You never call me.
I think that whale knew that what they were doing when they knocked the person off there.
Yeah. Question 3. The existence of these phenomena is typically proven by assuming an energy condition, then studying the dynamics of the expansion, theta, for finite proper times using the Raychaudhuri equation. What are these phenomena? I'll be impressed if anyone gets it from that clue.
Yeah.
I'll give you a quick second clue then. The existence of incomplete time-like geodesics is proven after placing a positivity condition on the energy momentum tensor to show the existence of these phenomena. What is this phenomena? I must admit, I sound a bit like Lemon when I read those two paragraphs.
A fine word salad that was as well.
Yes.
Yeah.
Just say with a slightly effeminate kind of squeaky loud voice, and you might get there.
Yeah. A non-physical one of these phenomena appears at r equals 2gm in the Schwarzschild metric. What are these phenomena?
Am I on the right track, Paul? Horizon. Huh? Am I on the right track or completely gone down the wrong road?
No, you're not right.
Is somebody is somebody slightly tapping the microphone? Because I can hear a tapping noise.
Not wormholes, not qubits, not quantum stuff, not boy bands.
Boy bands.
Because when you said geodesics...
You're on the right track, Carl Edwards, but what about black holes?
Is geodesics a clue too? Because that's where I was looking into. Yeah.
Conditions for the existence of these phenomena are given by the Penrose-Hawking theorems.
I try to pick words out in the sentence that sort of lead me to the
that is
answer.
Correct, E-Monk.
Oh,
correct. Yes. Not event horizons.
That was unexpected.
No. The weak cosmic censorship hypothesis claims that these phenomena are always behind event horizons. So they can't be the event horizon.
No, it can't be the
They're
event
always
horizon.
behind the event horizon. Yeah, that's right.
Well, I mean, with closed space-like curves.
What a cool film that was. Shame they lost all that film.
Not Hawking radiation, no.
So you're not saying it's these things. What I'm typing now then.
One of these phenomena occurs at t equals 0 in Big Bang cosmology.
Oh, I spelled
that
it
should
wrong.
give it away.
I spelled it wrong.
And we have the first peanut to get it right out there. Congratulations, Fred Knotts.
Oh.
With singularity.
Singularity. Yeah.
Good on you, Fred.
The curvature of space-time blows up near what phenomena where density and gravity become infinite? It is singularities, yes.
So I wasn't on the right track then with my answer.
What was your answer, Terry?
Well, I didn't spell it right. I pressed the wrong key next to it.
Just tell me what you wrote.
Black hole.
No.
You'll
find them in black holes, but black holes is not the actual phenomenon.
You can find singularities all over the place.
Yes.
Basically, when stuff goes to infinity when you don't want it to.
Yeah. Question 4. The precursors of one class of these particles are often divided into 6 groups by their decay constants. What particles are we talking about? Not muons, no. Not carbon. With pushytrons. No.
I know who put that.
Yeah, I know who put that.
Bosons, yeah. The relative curvature of the flux of these particles is the geometric buckling, which describes their leakage.
Oh, they've got leaking.
They've got leakage.
Is this a
not
plumbers? must be a washer for a tap or something. I'll have to write that.
Yeah.
In infinite systems, the changing density of these particles is described by Fermi's 4-factor formula, whose parameters include the resonance escape probability. That's a worthy lemon word salad, that one. Very small rocks, no. Not Uranus, no. Not quarks. The small delayed fraction of these particles have a much longer lifetime than their prompt kind. Not strings, no. Okay, water and graphite are often used as moderators to slow these particles to thermal energies.
Oh, bloody hell.
What particles are they?
I can't think of the flipping name.
Ah, that is correct, Monk.
Oh, seriously?
Yes.
This is my random guesses. Getting it right, mate.
Not electrons, no. What are slowed down by graphite and water, especially in nuclear reactors.
Hello?
Yeah, except that's not how you spell it, Alan.
Well, yeah, I know that's how you spell it.
Not neutrinos. RT96 comes out with the correct answer first, and the peanuts with neutrons. Not Jimmy Neutrons, just neutrons.
I'd like to point out that I didn't get it right. I actually didn't put neutrinos, I just spelled it wrong.
You were told you got it right.
Stingray got it right too. Yeah. Yeah. Their multiplication factor must be at least 1 to achieve criticality, and fissile isotopes are often bombarded with these particles to begin a chain reaction. Name these neutral particles in the atomic nucleus. They are, of course, neutrons, with an up and 2 down quarks. All right, question 5. In the 1920s, this city's police force received many mocking letters from the dapper diminutive crime lord Squizzy Taylor. Come on, Terry, you should know this one.
What, just from that clue?
You should.
I don't know a crime lord named Squizzy
What city
Taylor
was
back
this?
in 1920s.
Oh, okay.
Only,
Not
like,
Chicago.
I was just going to guess that.
Not Chicago, no.
I just put a random one because it's a prominent one.
It's not Sydney.
Sydney.
It's
The
not-
winner is
it's not
Sydney.
New York. It's not Perth. The world's then largest artificial reservoir, named for a local leader, Yan Yin, was built to supply this city during an event that saw the erection of the massive tent city, Canvas Town. The populate or perish policy resulted in this city's possessing the largest Greek population outside of Greece and Cyprus. A syphilitic rogue, thief, cheat, and liar dubiously purchased the land for this city from Wurundjeri elders, explaining its brief name of Batmania.
Oh.
Come on, Terry. You
Yeah,
know
I'm
it.
typing it now.
Okay, there is a
I
correct answer out in the peanuts. I just didn't want to give it away too soon.
It's a Batman question.
Yeah, you were beaten by Alan, Terry.
Ah.
You are correct, Alan, and Carl Edwards got it right. It is Melbourne.
Well, I got it right. I just
that
didn't
agreement
spell it
was,
right.
Yeah.
When you said
Swiftly
Batmania,
voided by Richard
that
Burke.
gave it away.
Yeah. Who renamed this city after the British PM. Chinese immigrants flocked in an 1850s gold rush that brought so much wealth to this city that it was alliteratively dubbed Marvellous Melbourne. Name this capital of the Australian state of Victoria. It is Melbourne.
Yeah.
Yes.
Like, it really had me baffled until it got to explaining the brief name of Batmania, because I had heard of that. Yeah.
I thought you might have known it from Squizzy Taylor. Squizzy Taylor's a legendary gangster back from the.
Well, I'm not from Melbourne, so that's why I probably didn't hit
fair
me for
enough.
those ones.
Yeah.
If you watch the series Underbelly.
No, I didn't watch that either.
About Squizzy Taylor. Okay.
Damn it, I nearly went for Melbourne for the first answer anyway.
Okay.
So who got it right out in the Peanuts?
Carl.
Oh, Carl did.
Carl Edwards.
Oh, wow.
Question 6. A character played by Andrew Garfield meets the Hobo King under a statue of a character from this film in David Robert Mitchell's Under the Silver Lake. What is this film?
Sounds like an old film.
Andrew Garfield, wasn't he
Andrew
Spider-Man?
Garfield in it.
It's a classic.
Well, it's oldish
Unless I'm thinking
then.
of the
Can't
wrong
be,
guy.
can't be new.
No. Okay. The opening scene of this film shows its star actor falling down and starting to play with a toy monkey, just as his actor credit appears on screen. Not Spider-Man. No. Okay. In a 2016 film, a panning shot of a car moving from screen right to screen left from this film is recreated after Mia and Sebastian see it on a date. Not Gotham City. No. Okay. A character in this film comes home to find his emasculated father cleaning up after a spilled tray of food while wearing a frilly apron. Doesn't ring any bells? No?
No.
Wow. Okay. In this film, Buzz dies when his car plunges over a cliff during a game of Chicky Run. Not The Princess File? No. These hints are more confusing than helpful.
Yeah,
fair
that's
enough.
exactly.
Okay. In a police station, a character in this film screams, "You're tearing me apart!"
I think it's safe to say I've never seen this film.
Yeah, I don't think I've seen it either. Probably heard of it, but probably not seen it.
Okay.
Or might not even heard of it.
Not Toy Story? No. The Griffith Observatory appears in what 1955 Nicholas Ray film starring James Dean as a troubled teenager? Not The Green Mile? Not Hacksaw Ridge? No, Carl, it's not ooh, yes. You're on the right track, RT96. What are the other words?
Yep, never seen that film.
That is correct, Fred Knotts. Well done, Fred Knotts. Rebel Without a Cause.
No.
Yeah.
I'm more Rebel Without a Clue.
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough.
That film looks about as appealing as Dysentery. As a lot of these so-called classics do.
Yeah. Okay. Question 7. Anna Britt Angsatter created the first of these representations for the Swedish retailer. Now, you'll be, pardon me if I say this wrong, Cooperativa Fornbundet.
Yeah, well, blimey.
What representation did she create?
Ah, I spelt it wrong. There's another word for it I should write.
Not a shop dummy.
Well, I was trying to think of the other one.
Not a mannequin.
Okay.
Not a mannequin. No.
Okay.
Okay. The withdrawal of one of these constructs in 1991 was attributed to industry lobbying by Marion Nessel. Not a swan. No. The most famous of these diagrams was opposed by Walter Willett, who with other Harvard researchers released an alternative version of it. Not ABBA albums. Swedish ABBA, no.
That's a question about Sweden. There's got to be an ABBA reference there somewhere.
Yeah. A 2005 variant shows a person walking up a flight of stairs on the side of this diagram, which was replaced in 2011 with My Plate. IKEA floor plans.
Designed by Escher.
The US Department of Agriculture's original version of this diagram instructed use sparingly for fats, oils and sweets. That's correct, Alan Evans. That's correct, Stingray. And the first person to get it out in the peanuts was Jezza with Food Pyramid. Name this triangular diagram that specifies how many servings of meat, grain and vegetables a person should eat. It's the food pyramid. All right, question 8. A character in this series makes up a story about conflicted importer-exporter to cover up an affair with Marissa Tomei.
Oh my God, I used to have such a crush on her.
What series is this?
She's still kind of hot.
That same character in this story, despite lying about being a marine biologist, successfully extracts a golf ball from a whale's blowhole. RT96. If a food pyramid has sides 1, 1, 1 and 1... In this series, an irritable bubble boy tries in vain to argue that Moops is a misprint.
I literally just sat bad down on my computer. I've disappeared for the last 20 minutes or 15 minutes or so, and I came back to that triangle question. I was thinking, what the hell? Are we actually having that question? Just as I put my headphones on, like, what?
David Oliver says there's a big time delay between chat and stream. Put your stream on 1.5 times, David, or 1.25 times to make it catch up a bit.
Yeah, it's just the broadcast delay, I think, or stream delay.
Not Big Bang Theory, not Dr. Dolittle. Come on, internal people. Susan Ross was killed off in this series after licking cheap wedding envelopes chosen by her fiancé, George.
Don't suspect this is another series I've never watched.
I know this.
Starting?
I'm sure you'll know it by the
last
clue.
I've heard of that.
This series coined the terms Queen of the Castle and Master of My Domain as euphemisms in its episode The Contest, and
there you go.
also invented the alternative holiday of Festivus.
That's the answer.
That is correct, Terry. That is correct. And you join. I've got to go up in the chat, which it won't let me. Come on. There we go. It was Flow Rider. No, not Flow Rider. It was
looks. I can see Jezza.
Jezza. Who got it? Yeah.
Jezza.
It was Seinfeld. Yeah.
There you go. Never
and
watched
this 1990s show about nothing, whose characters include George Costanza, Elaine, Kramer, and Jerry. It was Seinfeld.
No, never watched it.
Yeah,
never watched it myself.
You didn't miss anything.
No, that's what I thought.
Marissa Tomei was very hot in it at that time.
I watched one episode, and yeah, you didn't miss anything.
I mean, she could still have me if she played her cards right. Or, played cards at all. Yeah. Acknowledge the existence of cards.
Question 9. On performance charts for these devices, curves are plotted at various pitch angles with the advance ratio on the x-axis. What are these devices?
Oh, coordinate system with x-axis. Blue should know this.
Well, I expect Blue probably does know the answer to this one. Not pumps, farmers boys.
Oh, it sounds like it.
Alan Evans has got the correct answer.
Has it got something to do with flight of flying of some sort?
Not dildos, Flow Rider. Not potentiometers, no. But we do have 2 correct answers from the first clue, one in the internal and one out in the peanuts. Yes,
I
well
think it's
done
I
to
think it's this answer.
RT96.
If I can spell it right.
That's correct, Terry. Yeah. It's propellers. Steady flow and a discontinuous pressure change are assumed when modelling these devices as uniform actuator discs. With turbojets and turbofans, a large class of jet engines is designed to drive a gearbox attached to one of these devices. Yes. Cavitation occurs in regions of low pressure along the tip and upstream surface of these devices when they move through water. Yeah, just the tip. These devices can be modelled as rotating airfoils. Blade element theory is a method of analysing these devices. Archimedes is often credited as the inventor of one type of these devices that are modelled after his screw that lifted water for irrigation purposes. Name these propulsion devices with spinning blades. They are
Pumps.
Of course, propellers.
Pumps. That applies to pumps as well.
RT96.
Just about everything you've described there applies to pumps.
RT96 got that one.
But that's not the
again,
answer.
Right?
Especially cavitation. Pumps don't like cavitation. It
How did I get that one from the first? Usually I don't get it from the first paragraph or the first sentence.
There you go. And the last question. On this day, when the sign of Taurus had run 20 degrees and 1, the rooster Chanticleer meets the fox in the Nun's Priest's Tale.
No, I'm not going to get this one.
What is this day?
I've got 365 guesses for this one.
Okay. Rubens's Feast of Venus depicts a celebration of the Roman festival of Veneralia, which was held on this day.
Is it a day we still celebrate this day today?
Not May the 1st, Farmer's Boy.
Okay.
Do we still celebrate this day today?
We do.
Okay.
The title character... Who's got the echo?
Alan.
There's an echo.
The title character boards the Mississippi steamboat Fidele on this holiday in Herman Melville's novel The Confidence Man. Not the autumn equinox. No. Not the 14th of February. No. Not Valentine's Day. No. In 2021, the SEC investigated Volkswagen of America for possible securities fraud after announcing a name change to Volkswagen before this holiday. Not Easter. No. Okay. The BBC told callers to plant sprigs in tomato cans after airing a report on spaghetti trees on this holiday in 1957. What day is this?
Oh,
that is correct, Alan Evans.
No, when you said that.
Yes.
I'll put my answer in.
That's correct, Matt. Yes.
There we go.
You said Taurus. It was.
Yeah, now they're all getting it. Yeah.
I went the wrong way.
Did you?
Now they're getting it.
Yeah, that's why I said May the 1st. I went the wrong direction.
Except for I put Arrol Falls, not April Fools. I just spelled it wrong, but there we go. I know what I meant.
I arrest you. April Fool's Day.
April Fool's Day.
Is Dave Grohl playing?
Is that the day of Foo Fighters?
Well, you know where the comma is on the keyboard below below the L.
Yeah. And this spring holiday, during which pranks are revealed by shouting the holiday's title. April Fool's.
April Fish Day.
I haven't really heard of it lately. Much happening in the last couple of years.
No. There you go, April Fool's Day.
Thank you, Paul.
Your quiz for
thank
today.
you.
Yeah, thank you. I like how you put some really hard ones in there and a couple of hard ones.
A couple of easier ones.
Yeah. I'm actually glad to say I'm glad to say I missed about 6 or 7 questions. So.
Oh, do you want us to repeat a few? Do you?
No, I do not.
Okay. What number did you get up to, Spaceman?
I think it was number 3. I think.
You got
about
a couple.
Halfway through
You got
number
a
3, I
couple
think.
then when you sat back down.
Well, I got. Well, the last one I got right was the whaling, and then that was it. After that,
okay.
it just Okay.
I
think it was number 3 or number 4 when I disappeared.
Oh, wow. Oh, that's okay. All right. I suppose I'll go and collect a couple of videos, see what's been put out. Okay. What have we got? Flat Earth debates physics student Everett Anderson. We haven't done Everett for a while. I'll grab Everett.
Surprisingly, he's still chucking them out at their old rate.
Oh, turn that one down. Who else we got? Was it? Is there 2 of them? Why is it? Oh, it's been removed. Okay, that one. What else? Oh, we haven't got time for a debate because McToon debated somebody.
Oh, PCJ Net.
Yeah.
PJC Net.
Oh yeah, I saw that.
That was so tedious.
He did not look anything like I thought he looked like. I thought he was a lot younger. I really did.
Is he got a certain theme as a fluffer or whatever?
Oh yeah, boy does he. Simulation theory explains that.
Yeah.
Oh, does it?
Simulation
okay.
I'll tell you what, I've got
everything's a simulation.
Credit where credit's due. He's probably one of the nicest flirts out there. I've got to be honest with you. Most respectful.
Yes, he was.
Credit where credit's due.
Shouting.
Good day.
Name calling. Nothing.
He's been on the shills with us once before. He debated Dr. Bob about vaccines and COVID, and he's on the shills chat quite a lot. And he's always respectful. He never shouts. He never gets angry, and he's quite respectful.
It might be worth inviting him on here, maybe on a Saturday. I don't know if he works during the week. Because he's actually the sort of person that isn't going to wreck the stream.
That's true.
Yeah, you won't get a dumpster fire or anything like that. You won't. He's one of these people. As long as you, even people that have got angry with him, he still stays remarkably calm. I think he'd be quite good.
He would have got along with Toon really well then. Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't see the whole thing, but it looked pretty. Yeah, it looked pretty good from what I saw.
I think I got about halfway through it before I gave up.
I don't know whether anybody saw it yesterday. No, day before yesterday. But Brian Mabbitt was on Jose's, and I was taking him through an example. And I promise you, I had to stop. I decided not to talk because I was afraid of killing Brian Mabbitt.
Yeah.
Through how annoyed he was getting.
Yes, he was, wasn't he?
I actually had to stop because I just thought, if this guy kills over and dies right now, and I wasn't even being aggressive. So I think you should invite Brian Mabbitt on.
No, we shouldn't. No, we really shouldn't.
No, I just Can I change my vote as well, please?
Brian Mabbott is very poorly educated, and all he does is just repeat what other flat earthers say, but shouts it instead.
He's a very close friend of Farmers, so don't dish him that too much.
Yeah, I've heard they meet up.
Farmers, do you meet him for breakfast? Yes.
Yeah, you get him a cup of tea, and you get a cup of tea, and
I have met the guy once, and it wasn't for breakfast, and it was in the car park of a cafe that was shut. Because the last thing I was doing was having him come
late at night, away from the lights. That kind of friend, Jesus. Let's just stop now.
Yeah, so you met him once, being already operative word, not meet.
Did you not hear what happened? We was in Jose's stream. Jose's stream had just.
Oh, can we play that one if we could?
And Brian came in and he said, "Farmers, can you do me a favour? Can you, as you live in Silverstone, can you pop across the way at some point this evening, or it was afternoon, because I think it was one of his earlier streams." He said, "Can you go and pick up a supercharger for us? Because there's a performance. I mean, you imagine what it's like around here. There's these little companies and things. Anyway, there's a company that makes superchargers and turbos and things right out on the edge of the village in a little industrial estate. And could I go and pick it up before they shut at 5 o'clock?" And I said, "Yeah, no problems." Because, it's up the road. I mean, it takes me longer to go and get in the car than it did the bloody drive there, I said, "Yeah, I'll pick it up and then we can, you can come down and get it off me." So that's what I did. I went out and picked this thing up for him. Brand new supercharger in a cardboard box. And then him and his lad came down to Toaster the next day, and I met him in the cafe and said, "There you go, there's your supercharger." Because the place was shutting for Christmas on that Friday evening and they couldn't get down. And Brian obviously, hang on a minute. Farmers lives in Silverstone. I wonder if he'll go and pick it up for him. I said, "Yeah, of course I will."
You didn't have to pay. You didn't have to pay for it, did you?
Oh no, it'd all been paid. It's just literally somebody had to. I think they were shutting at 5, and they couldn't get there in time. And of course, to me, it's 5 minutes sort of the other side of the village. Go and pick it up. Fine, I said, "Yeah, no, get off my nose. I'll go and pick it up for you. You might be a complete idiot, but I don't mind giving you, helping you out."
I mean, you two share an interest in bikes, don't you?
We're both bikers.
An interest in bikers.
Brian's one of those guys. If you talk to him about anything except the shape of the Earth, you can have a perfectly reasonable and polite conversation. As soon as you start talking about anything to do with flat Earth and space and anything else, a switch is flicked and he goes completely bonkers. Which is why I still suspect he might be just playing silly buggers.
Who was on live? Who was on one of those Discord streams when I was talking to Brian Mabbott about stuff? I forget who else there was on that one.
Because when he stops, he'll rant and rave and call you all the names under the sun, and then he'll stop and you can hear him chuckle. I'm still convinced he's just playing silly buggers and he's having a bit of a wind up, but I don't know.
I don't know if I was on Jim's or somebody's. Yeah. I can't remember.
I mean, this is the guy who was. It was a nice day, and he said, "I'll take the bike out for a spin. I'll go down to the Super Sausage Cafe." So I said, "Oh, I'll meet you down there. We'll have a cup of tea." Sat there for an hour and a half. He'd gone to the wrong cafe.
That's because he's using flat Earth navigation, man.
Yeah, the problem, Farmers. Yeah, he was using his flat Earth map, or the problem is, just like we all have, there's no clear way to define a location for where you're going, is there? It's not like we name things, so it's pretty hard to find.
Come on, mate. You know how famous the Super Sausage Cafe is, don't you? Because that's probably roughly halfway in between me and you on the A5. And he said, "Oh, the Super Sausage Cafe." I said, "Okay." Knowing where he's coming from, I thought I'll give it half an hour and I'll head over there. And waited and waited and waited, and he'd stopped at the cafe that I met him at before Christmas. That's the other side of Toaster past the garden centre. And I thought, well, this isn't the Super Sausage. You can tell because it's not called the Super Sausage Cafe. Oh, I thought this was the Super Sausage. Really, I think it's called Jack's Hill or something silly like that. What?
It's really close. It's a very close name. If you look at the letters and things, it could be an easy mistake to make.
It could be an anagram, maybe.
Dora wanted to know if that's a gay bar, Farmer.
No, it's a biker's cafe.
Oh my God! It does sound like a gay bar now.
It does.
I go and have a Formula One breakfast there sometimes. I can't believe I've never thought of that before.
Colin remembers that one.
Yeah.
How did Colin get to know about that?
We'd both got home and we were both talking in Discord. I think it was James. And I said, where the bloody hell were you? And he said, well, I was waiting. I said, no, you weren't, because I was sat at the Super Sausage Cafe waiting for you. You went to the one on the other side of the toaster that's called Jack's Hill. Oh, dear. And that's actually where I met him when to give him the supercharger. I said, look, meet us in the car park at Jack's Hill. At least you know where that is.
Well, I was asking him a few questions.
His lad was driving. So.
We got onto a different topic down. I forget which. It might have been on Gems, and I asked him about things like the 710 cap.
Oh, that's right.
Dora says breakfast with burly bikers. I don't think there's anything burly about Farmer's Boy or Mabbott, to be fair.
No, not burly.
Yeah.
Well, the car guys out in the side channel know what a 710 cap is.
Yeah, but the Super Sausage is quite in this whole area. It's a very famous sort of. The whole point is that you turn up on your bike and you have sort of one of the best fry ups you can get. That's the whole point of it. It's won awards for its fry ups and things. And it's well known in the entire area, so it's typical of Brian that he was thinking of a completely different one.
Yeah, well, sometimes we do get shit like that mixed up in our heads, and it doesn't matter what you do; it's mixed up in your bloody head until you discover otherwise.
Well, either that because he's a blithering idiot. One or the other. It wasn't entirely wasted. I bumped into somebody, and in the end, the Suzuki Bandit that's been rattling around in my garage for years got sold to somebody he knew. So it wasn't a completely wasted journey.
Oh,
one thing that cracks me up about Brian. Apparently, like at one time we're all NASA shills, and then only some of us are NASA shills, and then we're all NASA shills again, and then again we're just some of us are NASA shills, and then we're all NASA shills again. I don't think you can make up his mind.
No.
Whether all NASA shills or just some of us. Because I told him once, look, dude, if you think I'm a NASA shill and earning money, I'm broke, dude. I'm on benefits. I've no money. Where's my NASA shill check?
Precisely.
He changed his mind about that. He thought, okay, that's quite a reasonable argument. But then, like a week later, he was calling me a NASA shill again, and I'm paid.
That guy is so stupid that when he's arguing with me, and I'm agreeing with him that that's what would happen, he's still arguing with me.
Yes.
Yeah.
And the amazing thing is, I keep stopping and saying, Brian, I agree with every single thing you've just said, and then he doesn't make the connect of, but unfortunately, you're disproving density being the reason for this. It's so funny, but not funny when he's about to have a heart attack.
Yeah, he does sound like that an awful lot of the time, doesn't he? You think, oh, something's going to go pop in a minute, but I'm still half convinced it's all an act.
Which reminds me as well, that's one thing I can't do. I can't get angry anymore.
No,
not allowed to get angry. I can't afford to because I probably will have an heart attack, quite literally.
Oh, you won't get angry here then.
Hungry.
I've given up doing that, and that's another reason why I was hanging on to this the anti-vaxxers thing, but I think I'm going to give up that because it does wind me up, so I'm going to avoid it. It's not worth it.
Yeah, definitely don't get into things that do trigger you or get you angry.
No, I'm not. Yeah, no, exactly.
This might get you angry, what I've just shown on the screen.
No, it confuses me, but it doesn't matter angry. Confusion doesn't stress my heart, so that's why it just stresses my brain. That's okay.
Well, we'll give you first crack at this one then.
Oh, gee, do you have to? So do you want me to read it first?
Well, you can read it if you want, yeah, for the peanuts.
The confounded tackle. Every so often, ingenious tinkerers may try to improve on Archimedes. Here's a clever variation on a standard pulley systems. Calculate its mechanical advantage, assuming frictionless, massless pulleys and perfectly flexible rope of a negligible mass. I have absolutely no freaking clue because it involves the numbers in it. Maths. Explain it to me and I'll understand it, but use maths, yeah.
Terry, do you want me to show? Well, I can't believe I'm going to say this, but I visualized lemon vision. Have you seen it?
Lemon vision.
Lemon vision. No, that sounds interesting.
So you know, Lemon makes very wild statements about it does this and this is why. But unfortunately, he has to invent mechanics for that to work, and the mechanics don't match with what actually happens in optics and observations. But then I started thinking, well, what happens if I could warp reality to match Lemon vision? And I actually asked him on Jose's stream as well. I said, Lemon, I think I've got your vision here. And he agreed that it was. Let me share this for you. Oh, no.
But Lemon Bird doesn't demonstrate anything, right? His argument is he logics and reasons things into an existence that are not there. He logic and reasons the existence of what's this ether band? Apparently, it exists because he reasoned it in existence. That's how it works. Without being able to see it, measure it, taste it, touch it, or anything, apparently it must be there because logic.
But I thought he said if you can't see a thing like a origin of a coordinate system, then it can't exist.
I know, right?
Behold my
but he can't.
teapot.
But he can't do that, right? Exactly.
Does any of that apply to this problem?
Well, it might be this or it could be that, but it's definitely not what you said it was.
Yeah.
How does that apply to the pulley problem?
Yeah, I'm just trying to whip up a...
Oh, you're deflecting from the pulley problem.
Because we don't want to do it.
Yeah.
I'm looking for paint shop. Where's paint shop?
It could be really. It's gonna have a really high mechanical advantage, of course, because lemon bird vision.
It comes up as paint 3D. I haven't got. Where's paint?
No, just paint.
I'm looking for it.
Type MS Paint.
Oh, okay, I'll try down there then.
Oh, Stingray.
Got it.
SE Montreal's done a video about you.
Let me ask you a question about this problem we've got. Right? Would you not need to know the size of the pulleys, for example?
Not really, if you're assuming that they're ideal pulleys in that they are frictionless and have no mass. I mean, this is turning real physics into engineering by assuming that objects are perfect when they're not.
Oh, hello. I've got paint shop open.
Well,
it's just paint.
Okay,
just
paint then, sorry.
Just paint.
I call it paint shop. Paint then. Split hairs, why don't you?
Yeah.
I'll have to.
They used to have split ends.
Paint shop is a different product.
It is. Different program.
Yeah, it does about 5,000 more things than this does.
Okay. I've got the point. Okay.
And Photoshop is a different product again.
This only does about 5 things and it does all of them badly.
I have to move
I laugh, but you're not wrong.
Yeah, but it's free.
I know. There's a reason why it's free.
Yeah.
Paint.net's free and it does more. GIMP is free and it does even more.
It's not free. It costs you productivity when you use this.
Can somebody relay the drawing so I can?
Who's drawing this? Is that you, Terry?
Yeah, that's me, Terry. I'm just drawing it from memory for now. Right, that's the weight.
How long do we have to wait?
Yeah, we've got the weight. We don't need that bit, whatever that was.
Or a short wait?
It's going to be a lot of waiting.
What's a round thing look like? That one?
You need to hold the shift key while you do it to make sure it stays round.
Hey?
If you hold the shift key...
Not the A key, the shift key. Hold shift key down as you draw in that circle. There you go.
I've got a cigarette in the other hand. How can I use 2 hands?
Put the cigarette down? Logic? No, it's not even logic. It's common sense.
You need to hold the shift key down, Terry. No, you could use the pair of fingers you're holding the cigarette in. You could just use one of those two to hold the shift key on the left hand.
I'll move the cigarette out of the road. Where do I need these?
Yeah, that'd be better. Yeah.
What else do I need? I need the other circles. I need another circle up here, don't? Are they a big one or a little one that's above that one?
Little one.
A little one.
The pulleys were the two top pulleys were slightly smaller.
Yeah, the other three are the same size, about half the size of the one on the weight.
How do I get it to stay there? That's not right, is it?
No, that's good enough. Don't worry about it. It doesn't have to be exact. One in between those.
And there's one here.
And you can copy and paste your circles.
Oh, okay.
No. The smaller ones were all in line, weren't they? Or were they? I can't remember.
No, the top two are in line and held to a top plate. And then there's one that's a little further down, about halfway between the top two and the bottom.
So in other words, I've done them too big. I've done them too big.
The center of that lower small one has to be in line with the edge of the big one at the bottom.
So that one's out too.
Why didn't you just copy the diagram and paste it into Paint?
Oh, and then you can draw it. Oh no.
Why didn't you just use snipping tool to snip the diagram out and paste it into Paint?
Okay.
Scribble on it.
Okay. There. Does that help?
Yeah. Yeah, and if you grab that bottom right corner and pull it out,
stretch it out,
and down and across, it will make the maybe not that far.
Can't you just make it bigger by zooming in or whatever? There you go, I've drawn it. There you go. How's that?
All right, now let's see your analysis, Terry.
No, Farmer was first.
Ah.
Off you go, Farmer. Oh, not Farmer. Was it Space Matt? He was going to have a go at it.
No, I wasn't.
Wasn't
How did I say I was?
Oh, you weren't. No. Oh, okay.
No, I really don't know. I have no clue.
You have no
I really
clue.
don't. No.
Ah.
I'm thick when it comes to this kind of stuff. So no.
We've got little.
Don't know.
Isn't there little arrows here somewhere? There we are. How do you make those arrows turn around? You can rotate the arrows, can't you?
By the direction I thought you could do it by the direction.
Yeah, right. Draw it. Yeah, and then you can. If you go above it, you can rotate it. There you go. Well, you can do it that way. Yeah, you can do it that way if you want to.
I don't want to rotate.
But if you hover it, no, stop. To come out of that, it's probably simple. If you hover your mouse slightly above it, slightly above the thing you've drawn, you should get a little thing when you can rotate it, can't you? No.
Nah, you got to right. You have to right click.
Once you draw a line, you've drawn a line.
It'll only rotate 90.
Sorry, I'm not looking.
There we
go.
You could just draw a line. Don't worry about it. You don't worry about drawing an arrow.
Oh, okay, it's one of them.
You don't have to draw an arrow, do you? Just draw a line.
There we go. Oh, why did it do that? Ah!
Because you can't grab objects and move them around in this. Once you hit OK on a thing, it's now pixels.
So
select tool. You have to use the select tool.
Where's the select tool?
It says select. Oh, you were so close.
Where, up here? Oh, here.
Up there where it says select.
Yeah.
Yeah. So rectangular selection.
Yeah.
Look, and now drag a selection around that. Now you can move those pixels.
Right. Okay. Right. So we know that goes that way. All right. What else do we know?
Terry, what's the question here?
I don't know.
What happened?
there's the force, so that's actually going down. That one.
What's the mechanical advantage of that arrangement of pulleys?
You can lift more weight with less force, but you can lift more weight. But the motion of the pulley going down only equals a proportion of the weight being lifted. All those pulleys are fixed, right? They're actually anchored to something.
No. Only the top two.
Oh yeah, then that's still correct then. Oh wait a minute, that's when you release physics on that, that's going to move.
Aye. Which way is the small pulley going to go?
Yeah, that middle small pulley of the three is going to go up. It has to.
I think it will.
Oh no, hang on a minute. No, it won't, because it's tethered. Oh no.
No, so you can cancel out the middle pulley anchor point with the far left one, which means the weight is going to move to the left. So they are going to move, aren't they?
Am I right so far with the directions of which way the rope's going to go if that was being pulled here with the force? Because that's what I'm trying to do.
No.
No? I'm wrong, am I? Okay.
I don't think so.
No, the movement of the rope, yes.
Right.
But more interesting is what happens to the pulleys themselves.
Ah.
I reckon that middle pulley's going to go up and jam in the other two.
Why?
Trying to work out which way this one.
That's an awkward question, Paul.
Oh, really? What? Asking you to give your reasoning and logic?
Yeah.
As opposed to, are you just having a guess?
Yeah.
Exactly.
I think that one's
Completely
wrong.
unconscionable of you.
I think that one's wrong.
Oh yeah. So right, okay.
Yeah, you're
so
going to have to
the middle
Control
one's-
Z to undo what you've been doing.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Because now you're just erasing the thing because we don't have layers.
There we go.
I agree that middle pulley is going to go up and the weight is going to go down slightly as well as moving to the left.
So this one here, you're saying?
So that pulley, the middle pulley, is going to go upwards.
Right.
The weight is going to go down and to the left and sit in between.
Why to the left?
Because the pivot points. Because if it didn't go to the left, the pivot points would be biased to the right, and that wouldn't be correct, would it?
So for the weight to go to the left, or to move off of its current line, then it needs to be an unbalanced left-right on the pulley itself.
Yes. So if you look, so if that pulley goes up and jams between those two.
Yep. That doesn't change the verticality of the lines.
Oh yeah, no, fair point. It just get lower then.
Okay, Wally. It'd be easier if Wally just came in and said what he wanted to say, but he says the tension in the rope is the same in all places. The middle pulley has two up and one down, so it will move up. That's Wally's guess. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do, Blue. I'm trying to draw the force vectors.
But once it goes, the weight one moved down half of one of the heights from pulley B to C. So the weight will go down half of that, right?
It's a great thought experiment, this one.
Oh, I've got
Okay,
other
so
ones for you
so
too.
if the tension's the same at all parts of the line, then let's label these pulleys.
That's what I'm trying
left
to.
to right, top.
Well, like what Blue said.
Hang on, no. Let's label these pulleys left to right, top to bottom as A, B, C, D. So D is the big one.
Terry, you're getting rid of the lines completely.
Yeah, I know.
It's like you're trying to make it easier, but my God, you're making it so much harder.
Oh, I can't.
Change the 113 under change the 113 under impact to like 10. Up in the ribbon.
Yeah, but I put an arrow there now that I wanted to get rid of, but I can't undo it any further.
Hit escape. Hit escape.
Just talk about it. Just discuss it.
Press escape.
Instead of trying to draw a diagram. Explain what your thoughts are, Terry.
Now you can undo.
Right.
Okay.
Well, I'm trying to put arrows to where the directions are. That's my first.
It doesn't matter. The arrows don't matter.
Yeah, I wouldn't bother, Terry. Like Paul was saying, just explain your thoughts. Just point with you. You can see your cursor there. Just explain your thoughts.
Well, I'm thinking.
So B has got two lots of force acting upwards and one down, right? Does that sound right? So that's what Wally's saying. Middle pulley has 2 up and 1 down, so it will move upwards.
Yeah, and the amount that it moves upwards is the length of both of those cords that support it to the other pulleys above. However, that length, you can take one of them away because it's also increasing the cord length of the one that it's fastened to that's near the weight.
Right.
But then you're left with one cord length, which should be equally distributed between the left and right of the pulley with the weight on it, which means it moves down half one of the cord length. That's my guess.
So let's say that the line is just anchored at the F, rather than being pulled downwards or anything. It's tied off at that point. It's not moving. So in the initial state, the weight would drop half of the distance between the top 2 pulleys and the bottom and the middle one. Does that sound right?
Paul's laughing a lot here.
I am.
I really don't like it.
This is a great one. We used to actually give this not this construction, but a simpler construction to our first year physics students to actually try and construct. And we'd sit there and watch them and watch their frustration as they built something that they thought would work, and as soon as they tried to build it, they just can't build it because as soon as you build it, it collapses.
Yeah, the weird thing is, this is only one step away from being the simplest it could be. It's only
I know.
It's really annoying.
Yeah, that's right.
So can we assume for the moment that the circles are just drawn badly and that there is actually room between the top 2 for the third one, and we end up with just a little wave of line going through them?
Mm-hmm.
So the question is, what is the force advantage? Something along those lines?
There is none. Basically, it's what you call an inverted fool's tackle. It's something that just won't work. If you try to build this, it will actually collapse. And so you won't be able to lift the weight at all. All that will happen is that middle pulley will lift up and the weight will drop. So it won't work at all. It's if you look up fool's tackle, you'll see a simpler version of the fool's tackle, and you'll understand. Maybe next week I'll bring some pulleys home from work, and I'll try and actually construct this diagram using pulleys and real pulleys and rope and a weight, and you'll see exactly what happens. We'll actually construct it and do an experiment and see what actually happens in reality, eh?
What I was thinking was that this.
Hang on. Sorry, go ahead.
No, you go.
So under the stipulations of the question, if it's all frictionless and weightless pulleys and free movement and all the rest of it, the rope would just pass around the 3 top pulleys and eventually end up pulling up Like if we actually started pulling on this rope, it would start pulling up on the bottom pulley and the weight.
Yeah.
Obviously, we can't do frictionless, et cetera, in the real world.
That's right. In the real world, pulleys actually have weight, and that would actually compound the problem, because the big pulley at the bottom having weight would actually make it collapse even more.
And friction in the system, and the fact that with how it's drawn, the middle pulley is just going to go to the top and jam.
Yes.
Like all the way to the top, it's going to jam against that top bar.
It is, yes.
Well, wait a minute. In a force nature, if it fits between them, won't it rest 1/3 off center upwards? If it's twice as wide as it is high.
No, because you've got 2 lines pulling it up, 1 line pulling it down. If all 3 lines have the same force applied to them, which they do, I think, by definition, then it's going to go as high as it can go. It's going to hit the top plate.
As high as it can go, given extreme tension, would be the bottom of it would align with the top of the 2.
Yes.
Yes.
Now,
but it can't go that high because it's going to hit a solid bar at the top.
It depends on whether it's to scale and whether there's enough room for that pulley to fit.
Yeah.
I think we're looking way too much into this, to be honest.
You are. The idea was to recognise that this is not going to work as a tackle system. If you try and construct this, it's not going to stay like that. If you try and construct this, that middle pulley is just not going to stay there where it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just going to flop over. Well, the weight of... Yeah, but you've only got one bit of string drawn on this side of the pulley.
Yeah.
So
so that's the end of the string.
Yeah, the end of the string's in the middle of the pulley, so it's going to make the pulley tip over to its side.
No.
We're not taking 3 dimensions into account.
Oh, no.
Yeah, so what's really going to happen is the middle pulley's going to flip over and the whole thing will disassemble.
Oh, boy. Anyway, it was supposed to be just something to make you think about forces and but it's a system of pulleys called an inverted fool's tackle. So if you want to know how it works, look up fool's tackle, and you'll see a diagram for how a fool's tackle doesn't work. We'll construct one.
Fool and his tackle are soon parted.
Yeah, we'll construct one on Saturday, and I'll show.
Yeah, we're going to actually try to build this just for the fun of it.
Yeah, just for the fun of it. Yeah.
Okay. How do I stop? I can close that. Don't say. I'm not going to save that. I'm not saving it.
I've also got one with yo-yos, pulling a yo-yo across a table.
Oh, okay.
We'll do that one next time, though.
We've lost yours. Alright, there you go, back.
If you want something to show, Paul, if you want something to show, I'd love Paul's feedback on something, and
we've got a little bit of time. I've only got 3 little videos to play.
Let me just share this really quickly.
Me and Paul have got a bedtime. We've got to be in bed by 3 o'clock.
Before 3 o'clock. Dipshit Ellie.
Oh yeah.
Oh yes.
So wait a minute. How can I? There we go. So
are you doing crepuscular rays?
Well, no, I'm doing so every time a flat earther comes up with something that I think, well, hang about, you're a dipshit. I then add the explanation example to Dipshit Alley. So first of all, we start out with Lemon Vision. And this is utterly amazing because I actually asked Lemon, is this what you mean? And if you look at this middle view here, this is exactly what he means. This matches Lemon Vision perfectly. I admitted it. And look, if you go off, the top of the corridor meets the bottom and the doors do this. That's Lemon Vision. unfortunately, as I pointed out to him, geometrically, that's what the corridor would have to do in reality. And you certainly wouldn't want a room on this side.
I don't know if I could. I don't know if I could duck down that low to get in there.
Yeah, I know, right?
Oh, you mean the infamous lemon bird smoosh?
Yeah, this is reality smooshing, which would have to occur, which is pretty cool. And it still doesn't describe bottom-up obstruction, unfortunately. So got to build that in somehow. So then I did the sun rays. I know it says dipshit there, but so obviously this is just another function of perspective with parallel-based cloud shadows, of which we see, because I fail to understand why someone can still not understand this. Then I've got Gary perspective.
Because then you have to think in 3 dimensions.
Well, the thing is, Gary
did you
says
use cows for Gary's perspective.
Yeah, no, Gary says basically his argument is perspective, perspective, perspective. And he makes these statements that are absolutely true, that have nothing to do with supporting his argument. So he'll say, and the biggest one that I've heard him say is things shrink quicker at the bottom.
Yeah.
Well, yes, that's a function of the proportion of the distance, Gary, but it will never shrink more than. It is, that bottom is still bigger than the top, and it doesn't matter the distance. You can never make that any smaller than the top unless you're closer to the top. So this is actually just for Gary. Well, actually, for people that just say perspective makes things disappear. No, they're all the same size. The camera moves backwards. And then I heard the argument again for sun rays.
But Gary explains that bottom one with his rubber bands so perfectly.
Oh God, don't. That's terrible. Blue has covered that pretty well, I think. Yeah, so then I just do the converging and the nature of the perspective transform of convergence and divergence based on parallel lines. And that's this from source to destination, and they are in fact all just parallel. And then I added one yesterday, chemo. So how do we get light? Okay, they might look like, I don't know, slightly weird deformed testicles or nuts or something, but they are in fact clouds. I'll make them a little bit better. It's like, how can we have a light source on that lights the underside of clouds? Yes, it just goes down like this, and you're on a curve, and you don't get light from the observer, which is where we are here. This is the observer, but we do get light under the clouds, like we see in reality. And these are my dipshit alley examples. I am going to build, and every time I come up with one, every time I hear an argument that just is like, no, that's ridiculous, please let me show you, I add it to, I shouldn't really call it dipshit alley. I'm going to hide that.
Yeah.
Well, it's a bit combative, isn't it? And I might kill little Brian, for God's sake. Jesus, don't want to do that. So yeah, if anybody can think of any examples, and I'll give out, I'll give this file out to anybody that wants it, and I'll keep updating it with more and more little examples.
You need to put it on a Google Drive or something.
Yeah, I'll put all of them on. Oh, I'll put them all on Dropbox. I just keep them
that qualifies as something.
Yeah. But any other examples that need adding, let me know and I'll add them.
No, I can't think of anything stupid like a fluffer.
I'd like to know how the sun creates corpuscular rays from stuff that's really close to you. Like, I don't know, in that picture I'm now showing in my thingy, some small trees sort of, 100 metres away across the field. Is the sun immediately behind those trees?
I've seen some corpuscular rays the other morning. I was up really early and the sun hadn't risen yet, and there's some clouds on the horizon. And I don't think my camera phone would have picked them up, but I could see them with my naked eye.
Yeah, and just so you know, if anybody else is interested in this, the other argument is refraction, well, atmospheric lensing, which is interesting. Which is this example. And again, any content creator wants these, I can just distribute them. But what we have down here is a sunset. And this is, so this is a ray traced sunset. And the sun is behind there. And it is a set size. And that's how it looks when it's approaching, you know, the ocean, basically. And that's because that's effectively what the atmosphere is doing to it. And this is done through a ray tracer. The other example, that the atmospheric lensing example, is utterly amazing to me, because if I turn this into a ray tracer and start ray tracing the obvious blue object behind, we notice something that I have to do in order to get magnification, and that's stay dead center. If I don't stay dead center, or I move off to an angle, some very weird crap starts happening to that object. That alone should tell you that the atmosphere is not making things uniformly bigger. And then the others are, the other examples I've got here are just flat Earth, curved Earth with different refraction effects. So if I go here, how would a curved Earth look with extreme refraction? Well, it would look flat. How would a flat Earth look like with extreme refraction? Well, it would look concave. But how would a flat Earth look with inverse atmospheric density? It would look curved. But obviously we know that's not a thing that happens.
Yeah, but they're going to claim that it is. And in fact, didn't Lemonbird claim that in his screed about lasers being perfectly straight? He's saying something about, you know, it looks curved because of refraction.
This is the best example. Terry, have you seen this one?
No, I haven't seen this one.
Because this is so simple. I mean, it's really simple. So I have a glass container. I have a gas with a density value of 1. I have a blue marble with a density value of 10. The blue marble is inside of the glass, as is the gas. It is dead center. When I press play on physics, where does the blue marble go, given I've given you the density differences?
Oh, I know.
They all say down, except Brian says down because the density difference, not realizing that the same amount of bloody matter is present in every single direction.
Yeah, I'd say in the middle. I wouldn't think it is.
Chris says down because there's a universal up and down just because, which is wicked. Chris Berry. But then they all get a little bit pissed off when I turn the ground on. Because it's like, yeah, no, it heads towards the ground, my friend.
Yeah.
No matter which angle you're looking at it, it's going to go towards the ground. And what does the ground have? Mass. It might have density, but how is that density making its way through this glass bottle?
Yeah, because like the pushytrons would be blocked equally on all sides without.
Oh no, pushytrons explain this. That's why I say they need to adopt the pushytrons. Pushytrons absolutely explain this.
Yeah, but now that you've got the ground gone, you know, without the ground there.
Oh, without the ground there, you know, in a pushytron
stays in the middle.
Yeah, it'll just stay in the middle.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Yeah.
Yeah, but they can't adopt pushytrons anyway, because if that just mimics gravity as we know it, then that explains why the Earth is round, and they just can't have that.
Ah, well, I didn't say pushytrons were responsible for creating the beautiful disk we live on. That's an agent creation. Well, actually, no, here's the thing for you, Paul. I'm going to ask you a series of questions. You have to answer the smallest amount of words you can use, and very honestly. In a system of dynamic forces where hydrostatics and gravity are incredibly weak, but we have many particles given a direction, and we have one center mass or one center force that is a pulling or attracting force. What is the natural state that will be adopted by all of those particles given time? What shape and motion will be defined?
A disc.
So there you go. Flat Earth proved. Mic drop.
So
sure. I mean, that's why we see galaxies as discs rather than spheres most of the time. Yeah.
But yeah, no, obviously,
galaxies are clearly made by magic anyway.
Yeah. I mean, one of the brilliant examples is just the rings of Saturn, but that has hydrostatic forces that you can see over time, and see gravitational effects of moons that form and then get destroyed. They don't have a long life expectancy, but yeah, this really does get them. And then the last one, and this is what if you look on the show, Terry, 2 days ago, this just gets poor Brian every single time. It's just a massive trigger. I don't understand it. However, the weird thing is you get flat earthers that say the scales will read different, which is interesting. So the basic layout of this is as follows. We'll deal with these three. We have a 10 kilogram gold bar. We have a sealed container. In one container, we fill it full of water. One has pure oxygen. These both are 14 psi, by the way. And then in this one, we'll say it's a vacuum at about, at half a pound pressure. Now, if I place, and we tear the scales or zero the scales, and if I place the 10 kilogram gold bar in there, will they weigh different? Now, Brian says no. But then when I say, great, so the density of the medium that surrounds the gold did not affect the weight on the force on the scales. He then says, no, that's not true. It did. And then this conflict forms, which then start swearing and shouting and
wow.
And well, yeah. But the weird thing is, that rate sheet 000.
Yeah,
she actually said the gold would weigh different on each.
Wow.
As if some magic force is being applied to the volume of that. That is somehow. Yeah, because
according to relative density disequilibrium. Oh my god, that word. My tongue refuses to wrap itself around such obvious bullshit. According to RDD, the gold bar would weigh differently.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, I also got an egg in it, just for the hell of it.
Had to add the Riley.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's okay. But with relative density disequilibrium, because this is floating, surely this is now reading a negative figure. God knows. I got no idea. This is just weird.
How the hell is a gold bar floating in 14?
No, that's wood. That's wood.
Okay.
In my defense, that is absolutely a bar of wood. A block
okay.
But yeah, this even just a simple thought experiment, just the density doesn't make a difference, and if the density internal or the difference in densities didn't make a difference, and they all read the same, then the force exerted on it, we can clearly say, is not caused by the density difference, as it made not a blind bit of difference. We can also say that the environments inside here are incredibly different, yet the force is still the same. So could it be something external? Or we have to conclude that it would be.
And this is actually a nice one, because this is a simple experiment that they could do in the comfort of their own armchairs.
Oh, here's a question for the panel, though. Ooh, really good question. Oh, so I guess this one's for Paul, being the most physicistic person around. So these scales are zeroed, And it doesn't have to be a sealed container, this, by the way. So at what point will the scales read the weight of the gold? Is it upon first impact? Is it on total submersion? Or is it terminal velocity? Or is it on impact with the bottom? And there is a difference, obviously, to all those three conditions. That's actually quite an interesting thing to think about.
Yep.
And obviously, well, tell me if I'm right.
Yeah.
At first entering the water, the only thing that you get is you'll get kind of a displacement, which is equal to the volume being displaced with a little bit of downward pressure, but it won't be equal to the gold. Even after submerging it, you've still got an inertia that's taken up by the resistance to the acceleration. It's only at terminal velocity, which would be really quick in water anyway.
Yeah.
That then the scale would read it, and then obviously you get more force on the bottom as it then settled, and then back to the weight of the gold.
Well, in both those situations, at terminal velocity and when the gold is resting on the bottom of the thing, the net force is acting on it as zero because it's now at constant velocity.
Yeah.
All right. So because it's not accelerating, then the net force is on it as zero. Apart from so the forces are balancing out. So yes, it would read in both those situations. Yeah.
Because there would be an equal down force on the water to the up force retarding its acceleration.
Mm-hmm.
And then just lastly, for anybody that's interested, in order to get my paycheck next week, I have to do the entire month of ISS footage and submit it by the end of today. So I'm currently working on an Earth-based shader so that we can stream it live on YouTube for next month.
How are you getting your cloud data?
Well, it's plausibly made up. I get Doppler. I can get Doppler readings and then plausibly make it up. It's not like anybody's going to go out and say, "Hey, this fluff of cloud doesn't exist." No one's done that yet. So,
but if your CGI model doesn't agree with the Himawari 8 CGI model, then we're going to have problems.
Oh yeah, no, we all use the same texture maps, so it's fine.
Oh, there we go.
The question I have is, when are you going to put the word sex in the clouds?
Yeah. Oh my god, I watched the Disney thing with oh my god, it's an old Mickey Mouse thing. I can't unsee it now once it was pointed out to me. And he's making cheese. Mickey Mouse is making cheese on this conveyor. But if you pause it and watch over a few frames, you see how he's putting the holes in the cheese and he has an erection. I promise you that, and I can't now unsee it in Disney.
I think I saw something about that a while back. Yeah, you go back and look at some of these really old cartoons, and it's like, hang on a minute. Hang on.
Oh my god, it just spoiled everything for me. My entire childhood.
You'll be fine.
If anybody wants these files, just let me know. I'll give you the latest versions, and if anybody wants anything adding to them because they might want to make videos that might be educational, let me know, and I will update it with them.
Okay.
That brings a new meaning to the word stick cheese, doesn't it?
Oh my god!
And this isn't some like subtle thing. He's there clearly putting the holes in the cheese with a raging erection.
They were different days back then.
A point which the female mouse, which I presume is Minnie, is quite pleased to notice.
Press play, Terry.
Okay. I was going to show you my diagram that I've got of the similar thing, but it's to do with that beaker problem. Anyone remembers that one?
Yeah, I do. But it's getting late, Terry.
Well, I've got a couple of videos. That's all I've got for now. Got an Everett and the Simon, and then we'll finish off.
Did I mention I've got work in the morning?
Well,
just now.
3 or 4 times tonight.
Okay. And grab that. No, I don't know if there's any sound.
Well.
I don't know if there's. I don't like the music.
All right, so the Earth is like a baseball, and if it has mud on it and you throw it, the mud will stick to the spinning ball. And that's what you think is like gravity.
I don't think that that is gravity. I was giving an example of what inertia is.
What is inertia?
Inertia is also known as momentum.
Okay.
It is the first law of Newton's laws.
Yeah.
Yes.
The guy who got hit over the head with an apple?
Yes, that is.
And then he concluded that something had to be pulling it down?
Something. He didn't conclude that something had to be pulling it down. However, he did conclude that there must be a reason why the apple fell. And then he did research from there.
You think it could have anything to do with like density and buoyancy?
Yeah, let me prepare my face palm.
Yeah. I mean, basically that's all it is, right? If it's heavier than the air, it's going to fall to the ground. If it's lighter, it'll float.
Not
I mean, gravity's not pulling those clouds down, right?
What the hell did you just say?
It's not pulling them down, but it does have force on them because it has gravity has a force pulling down, and there's also an external force called the normal force that pushes upwards.
See that rock over there?
Yes.
It's sitting on the ground, right?
Yes. No, I don't.
And
I actually
is
don't
gravity having an effect on that rock right now?
It is.
Like a magnet.
Yes.
But it falls to the ground because of gravity. The force isn't me applying to lift it up, and then, of course, I picked it up, and then it falls down when I let go, right?
If there was no normal force, then the rock would be just pulling into the ground. However, because there's a normal force, it is sitting above the ground.
And you could prove this.
Yeah, physicists can prove it because
through what? Mathematics?
I fucking hate math, and I don't need it. That's right, I said it. I don't need math.
Through mathematics, yes. Through calculus, the same thing that Isaac Newton, the guy with the apple on the head, discovered.
Is mathematics a description of something that you observe, or is it actually something happening? Because really, gravity's never been measured, right?
Even this brain is getting bored of this horse shit.
I mean, gravity is like this super duper strong force that could hold buildings and oceans underneath a ball that's spinning, overcome all that centrifugal force, and yet at different latitudes everything weighs the same.
It matters based on each. Because it has the same mass. The mass is the
Why can't you measure it? Because it's like super duper strong.
You can't measure it. The gravitational force of
what experiment has ever measured gravity?
Typical flair for trying to overtalk you and ask
name one.
rapid fire questions.
He didn't measure gravity.
Okay,
everything he said is a theory.
He measured the acceleration of gravity, 9.81 meters per second squared.
No.
Yes, you did.
Can you do that in an experiment?
Yes, you
really?
can.
I bet you can't.
I bet you can.
How much you want to bake a bet?
The distance equals the initial velocity.
I know what 9.8 meters per second squared is.
Perfect.
They taught me that in school.
On your first day of school, I'd like to pass along the words of advice my father gave me. Homer, you're dumb as a mule and twice as ugly.
So then you set it up for acceleration.
It doesn't work.
You give a distance, you drop it, and you get the exact time.
Different objects drop at different speeds,
I have
don't
a job to do.
But different objects drop at different speeds,
no,
right?
Not in a vacuum.
Yeah, they do. Oh, in a vacuum. But are we in a vacuum?
No, we have air resistance. However, the gravity...
So this is a positive pressure system?
The gravity
This is a positive pressure system?
Yes, it has
And space
pressure.
is a vacuum, right?
Space is a vacuum.
And you know this how?
Because that is what we are known to believe.
A belief.
Belief.
That's right.
Yes.
Because it's not a vacuum, right? It can't be a vacuum.
How can it not be a vacuum?
How can a positive pressure system exist inside a vacuum?
If a globe existed inside of a vacuum, if you put a globe in a vacuum, that is a positive pressure system in a vacuum. However, I need to go do my job. I appreciate your time and have a good day.
The earth is flat, my man.
This is all a bunch of bullshit.
Do some research.
How to not give a fuck in 10 easy steps.
You're totally wrong.
Bullshit!
He stayed remarkably calm and polite.
Yeah.
Whilst talking to a complete and utter tard.
That situation, would have just walked away earlier.
I think so.
Yeah.
Oh, excuse me, you're an idiot. I'm off. Bye.
Oh, you're a flat earther. I'm sorry that you're stupid. Bye.
There'll be 20 questions in 2 seconds. Yeah, a normal student isn't prepared to handle those sort of things.
No.
Okay. We'll finish off with Simon.
From thinking that the US is half the size that we're told,
What?
now come on, to claiming there's a population hoax.
Where's all the people that died in their 30s and 40s outside of the war?
Probably not in that graveyard. And even trying to tell us that concrete pillars are the remains of ancient giant bones.
Look at you. And so, I mean, that looks like blood marrow.
I remember this
what
one.
now? Blood marrow?
Yeah, I remember this
Fairly
one.
sure you mean bone marrow, but more importantly, why would any of that be inside a rock? And you'll all be delighted to hear that he's at it again. Hello all and welcome along to another episode of Tinfoil Tuesday with me, Simon Dan. Thank you very much for joining me. Before we begin today, huge thank you to today's sponsors for the video, and enter my code to claim your trees and help me create even more awesome content for you. Let's make our planet a greener place together. Now, back to today's video, and not many people know this, but Jason Maggard actually starred in the very first ever Flat Earth Fail compilation. Take a look at this. First comes from a guy called Jason Maggard, who has taken the usual road of trying to disprove a globe rather than prove a flat Earth. In his humble opinion, he believes that sunsets don't make sense on a globe. Let's see what he's got.
So I wanted to make a short video this morning about sunsets not making sense on the globe.
Great memories. Well, today he's asking whether or not the Devil's Tower in Wyoming is an ancient tree stump.
No. There you go.
I gave it a chance that it might be made, poured concrete, but
the concrete.
It's not, I don't think.
So straight out the gate, Jason is flirting with the idea that the Devil's Tower is made of concrete. Better than thinking that Mount Rushmore's made of heavy paper though, hey?
It's not even rock,
No,
guys.
it's not rock.
It's what they made it out of.
That's what these are all made out of. Not up there too. It doesn't have the right sound. Hear it? That sounds like paper here. That's not rock on rock.
Didn't know they had concrete 50 million years ago, Jason. At least he's dismissed that idea though.
These pines are about 30 feet tall. Yeah, see how dry my throat is? See, I think what we're seeing on the tree, these columns that they like to talk about, this they got signs every few hundred feet telling you it's a lava column. But check this out right here. Does it not look just like these columns right here?
No, it doesn't. The Devil's Tower is well understood as being formed by an igneous intrusion. It was magma that was literally forced through other layers of rock.
It's how a tree gets its water up through the trunk. So a lot of these pieces are just the broken off bark that's come off over time. See, look, very similar looking columns on the inside of this dead tree, right?
No, they aren't similar. One is a rock column, the other is the xylem cells from a tree.
Basically identical.
Basically identical or just slightly similar?
They claim it was hot magma extruding upwards out of the earth.
You got it, Jason.
Over here, it's real stifling, no wind. Wow, look at that twisted tree. That's weird. On the other side, there's a nice 20-mile-an-hour breeze blowing, it cools you off. My shadow.
Ah, thanks, Jason. Wouldn't have realised that without your commentary there.
Not too difficult of a hike. There's a steep part that a lot of people bailed out on. The steep part only goes for maybe like 1 minute, but it's proof that when we're hiking and things like that, our body really can only handle, if you're not training for it and prepared for it, a 2-3% grade. As soon as they introduce a 5 or 6% grade to walk up, you immediately start really feeling your legs burn, your lungs work, all kinds of things. So when you're hiking, and you go for a few hours, 2-3 hours round trip, the upward part being half of that, you probably only honestly hiked a few hundred feet up, even if they tell you went 1,000 or 2,000 feet.
Really? Well, my watch tells me if I run a 2,000 feet elevation climb, and my bloody legs confirm it. In fact, I ran a race in December with over 6,000 feet of elevation. Check out the blog I did for that one here. The thing is, they told me it would be 6,000 feet elevation, my watch said it was 6,000 feet of elevation, and my legs almost fell off, so...
Do you think that's like bark? It's like a chunk of bark.
No, that's a rock.
Fell off some long time ago. Halfway point. But thanks for coming in. I'll show you some of the lies. Well, this is about fires. Maybe not lies.
You see the automatic defiance of mainstream information, plainly there for all to see.
Definitely, they make the walkway real low by the visitor center to give you a much steeper perspective of Devil's Tower. Actually, on this other side, you can see the tower itself actually only comes up out of the surface of the ground here. I would guesstimate 150 to 200 feet.
Well, it's officially 867 feet, so...
On the majority of it. But where they've kind of cleared out on the one side to get a dramatic view, it's probably 300 feet.
Still miles out.
They like violence.
Are you walking through a swamp?
They like division. It's been planted in our minds for a long time that we don't see things the same way, and that disagreeing is the correct way, and debating. I was even on the frickin' debate team at school, went to state and debate.
That's humanity, Jason. We can't all agree on everything. We don't all like the same stuff.
There's a few people up here. I'd say 100, 200, I think, by looking at the parking lot. Oh wow, this is a cool view on this side. There were 2 people rappelling down on the easier side. Okay, that side, I bet nobody's climbed that side. I think that's the north side. That is smooth and straight up. But thanks for letting me know about the other live stream. Yeah, I was in this town called Deadwood, which had the feeling of driving up a tree trunk.
It had the feeling of driving up a tree trunk, so vertically.
Like a cut off tree trunk, rotted out. And then the town was in the tree trunk, and then I found evidence leaving the town that it was.
Ah, that's okay. He found evidence that it was inside a giant tree trunk. Any chance you're going to divulge that evidence, Jason?
But it kind of makes sense, at least to me. These are chunks of bark that fell off at some point.
It makes sense to you that the boulders lying all over the place are chunks of bark that fell off a giant tree millions of years ago. Right. Got it.
Seems legit.
And then that's what creates the smaller rocks and the little smaller, just little pieces flecking off over time. Looks like bark. They're taking us back down like a long ways. So I should have started my live stream when the tower side that people climb. I mean, it's a good adventure, but it's only about half of what they make you think it is.
Well, it's actually over 5,000 feet above sea level, over 1,200 feet above the local river, and as I said earlier, 867 feet from base to top.
Right, the town being named Deadwood. Can't get past that. Deadwood, and the city's in a petrified, rockified tree stump.
Rockified.
Probably search it up and get some cool images of it. I took some still photos. I might make a little YouTube video of the photos. It's real weird because I had good internet and I could watch YouTube, but couldn't make a YouTube video. Hey, look, we've got a mini Devil's Tower right here. Looks almost identical.
I think that's enough, Jason Maggard, for today. Dear, oh dear. I know, Bob, right? Well, there is another Tinfoil Tuesday, all done and dusted. Thank you so much for joining. It truly is appreciated. If you enjoyed it today, please do consider subscribing. And if you really liked today, hit that like button as well. Just enough time to once again thank Klima for sponsoring today. As I mentioned before, go to the link in my description, use my code, and you'll get 10 extra trees planted in your name. I've been Simon Dan. Have yourselves a great week, and I'll see you all on Friday for more flat earth fun. See you then.
That tree one never gets old.
That chap, that Jason, he's just come up with so much bollocks.
That's the first time I've heard of him, except for that.
I'm trying to remember what his. I used to follow his YouTube channel for, well, basically for shits and giggles. I can't think what it, but he was the guy. He'd go and stand near airliners and say, "Oh, there's no way that can hold that much fuel in it," and yeah, he looks at distances across the USA and says, "Well, that's all wrong. Everything's wrong." He just looks at things and goes, "Yeah, that's not what they say it is. That's too small. That's too big. This is just utter garbage." God, I can't think what his bloody channel was.
Yeah, he's the same bloke that was in a car park, and there was something in the car park, and he said it was a tree with the blood veins or whatever it was in it.
Yeah, I wonder.
And Stewie said something about a petrol tanker, and Dora's going, "I'm not finding a word that rhymes with petrol." Yeah, I know, we're having trouble with that one, Stewie. All right then. Well, us Aussies are getting a bit tired. It's getting a bit late for us over here.
That's fair. Yeah. No, I can,
we'll head off over to you.
Actually, it's starting to get earlier. It's that late.
Getting on for 2:20 in the morning there.
It is.
Yeah.
No, we'll finish off now. I think we've done enough. We've been going for 4 and 17. Yeah. Time flies when you're doing something.
Inflicting pain upon yourself. Listen to
Ah, bugger, I've got to try to scroll up again now. Bloody thing. Oh, thanks out there, Peanuts. We've got Dora, Stewie, 9 o'clock, Dart, Jezza, Carl, Earth is Live. That's B-Ball, isn't it? Earth is Live.
Yes.
Wally. Did you have anything out, Wally, recently? I didn't notice anything come up. I'll have to wait till next week.
Irish Stew, RT96.
Yeah, you're probably scrolling up further than what I can go. I can only go up so far. Peter G, Room Fondle, David Oliver. Colin.
Some weirdo named Farmer's Boy.
Yeah, I seen a M2M out there.
That dodgy guy again.
That is.
Yeah.
And this Blue Marble Science, I don't know. Jezza. Who else are we missing?
Colin, is he a captain?
Jinx you.
Just a sergeant.
Carl, don't forget Carl.
Yeah, he's still just a sergeant.
Zebulon 181, did you say? Flow Rider. Bread Knots.
Spooky Bed here.
Clive had to disappear earlier as well. Milkman Dan. I think that's as far as I can go. I can't go any further back. Oh look, yeah, you lurked well today, Carl. You done well. Fred Knott? No, I didn't miss. I missed that one. Okay. All right. Well, thanks, panel. Thanks, Peanuts. Well, thanks, Farmer, Hans, Ortstead, Alan, Monk,
Alan,
and Dean. And M2M had to drop out. He said he was feeling tired, so he needs his rest.
I think he's got a good excuse.
Yeah, he has.
Yeah,
he's got a good.
It's one of the better ones.
Yeah.
Oh well. Say good
Thanks,
night.
Terry.
Yeah. Thanks, panel. Thanks, Peanuts.
Thank you, Terry.
Good night, panel. Good night, Peanuts.
Night, Peanuts.
Night, Peanuts.
Peanuts.